Hey, James.
So,
So we are live, and I think there's 138 people already that are watching.
okay. Hello. Hi.
Well, we went live early just because it takes a few minutes, to get everyone going, and we just felt like we should just go live earlier so everyone can join in.
That sounds good to me. Yeah. How's your morning going so far?
Busy. I was so stressed out. My biggest fear anytime there's events happening is that I'm gonna wake up like 2 hours late and like no one will know what to do. And I'm
Yeah.
sure everyone knows what to do because everything's organized. But I just that is a fear that keeps me up, and I wake up randomly being like, "Oh, did I miss it?"
My 3-month-old woke me up this morning at like 4 o'clock in the morning. So I also have that fear, but like a baby is a really good way to make sure you don't oversleep.
That
Yeah.
is that is a really good one. And Nika says that happened to him today too. Yeah, you know what? Normally, like we have hosted so many demo days and live streams, and I mean, we were live daily during our epoch, but something
Right.
about the word summit just feels more official and
Yeah.
important. And yeah, I've also just added Nico here to chat because I know our community does love to hear and see him too.
Yeah, totally. I read that at first that Nico has a baby, and I was unaware of that. So,
Nico's living double lives.
Wow.
yeah.
DeFi Summit turning regular people into fathers now.
Nico, your video is off.
Yeah, let me there's an issue here. I'll be right back.
Oh, is Sahara with you right now?
The baby?
Yeah.
No, she's in the other room. I can go get her though, if you want to get her a little screen time. But
Honestly, I mean, she is absolutely the star. I think she'll be our VIP guest if you do bring her.
yeah, it was really funny. I saw a post from Maggie Love. That was like her in her living room with a
Summer.
pump and baby doing tummy time and some other stuff, and I was like, that looks exactly like our living room. Like everything to a T was exactly the same. It's really funny.
Well, shout out to Maggie, and honestly, shout out to all the parents in this space, including
Mhm.
you, who are literally raising humans and showing up to work every day, and working on no sleep or very little sleep. So full kudos to you all. Big, big, big shout out. I know there's a lot of parents here today as well, and I'm sure a lot of our speakers can resonate, who've gone through this experience.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, crazy to think those babies will never touch a bank account in their lives.
Yeah, hopefully.
Full on-chain babies.
I haven't heard that one before. On-chain baby.
On-chain babies. Oh, that is funny. Oh, this is cool. We do have the live stream link as well. Let me just also wait. Live. Giving shout outs to parents in crypto.
It's always very strange during these last couple of weeks in October when it starts getting really dark. But I'm like just wide awake on calls. It's like a very mysterious feeling.
I was gonna ask her, what time is it there, James?
It's when we started chatting, it was like 6:30 in the morning. So
Oh damn.
with the European team, we've done much earlier.
I absolutely remember a time when James was waking up at like 4 a.m., 5 a.m. even, and I just remember those calls because you could literally see like pitch black to like slowly sunrise.
Yeah, there was definitely a period where I was like very used to getting a full 8 hours of sleep, and when I didn't get that, like you could see it on my face. There was a really funny There's a really funny joke by Bill Burr, if anyone knows the comedian Bill Burr, where he was talking about being old and like kind of making fun of, you know, younger people, how they go out to parties all the time and stuff. And he's like, you know what sounds really good to me? 8 hours of uninterrupted sleep. And all of my friends who had babies were like cracking up. And I didn't really get it at the time, but now I totally understand the joke. Because it's true. 8 hours of uninterrupted sleep is like, it's gold. It's really good.
I'm so curious whether it improves over time or it kind of gets worse. I'm assuming it's like a cycle.
Yeah, we have found that if you can patch together 8 to 9 hours of sleep by like going to bed early enough, then you're usually that and a little bit of caffeine in the morning, you can, you know, generally hum through the day. It's when you try to go to bed late and the baby is gonna wake you up, that you're screwed the next day. You got to drink a lot of caffeine just to try to like power through it.
That makes sense. And I think as we're just testing stuff out, hey Gio.
Yo, what's up?
Token TradFi guy. Very cool. We do have more TradFi people. I think your panel has has 2 of them at least. So
well, let me just play with the volume because you guys are hella loud and I'm in an office here. So 1 second.
You know, it's just the annoying Americans. I'm not American.
No, I mean, the volume is like preset at a minimum volume that is like deafening. If you know, Discord deafening. Like, all right, I don't know how to fix that. Oh, well.
All right, cool. Well, I'll take you backstage and then we'll bring you up during the panel. Trying out a couple of different layouts. So we do have a dynamic layout too. So I think as more speakers start coming in, we'll start seeing, we'll start seeing people switch over.
This is really cool. I haven't played with StreamYard too much, but this seems you all are dialed in. I guess just streaming every day for the creator program is like that's a good way to get your feet wet, right?
So the creator program is closed room. We're not streaming that at all. I think we're going to stream only 1 session with Emily that happens next week. But yeah, the Epoch streams. And then this is what I was doing last night. I was just testing out different layouts with the maximum number of people. So that was fun.
Right.
All right, sweet. So it is 9:55, and as promised, I do have opening remarks on the schedule. So I will start. Welcome everyone. An extremely exciting day. We have our very first DeFi summit this year. This has been, I'm not going to say this has been a long time coming because it wasn't. But this year it has been really big for Octant. We are coming right off of finishing our first collaboration with the Ethereum Foundation's funding coordination team with Epoch 9, where we funded creators, and that has been incredibly cool. But what's actually really interesting, and you've probably seen hints of this if you've been following us on our socials, is we are launching V2 this year. And we are going to have some really, really exciting updates in the next couple of days and weeks. And fun fact, we are going all out for Def Connect. If you are going to be at Buenos Aires, you are going to see us at like 7 different events. I kid you not. Don't ask me how. We're just doing a lot. And we're going to share all of that. But we have a couple of really exciting updates that you're going to get some alpha around even in James's keynote, which is going to happen in a few minutes. But we've got a really, really great day coming up. We are talking all things DeFi. And so I already see there's close to 300 of you who are watching us live right now, but I hope and I know that we're going to see bigger numbers as the day goes on. Starting off, we will have James giving our keynote and taking us through a little bit of, walk through history with V1, with Octant, and with where we're heading. After that, we do have an institutional DeFi trends panel. Where is DeFi heading? Everyone talks about enterprise and institutions are coming to Ethereum and to crypto. We're going to get into that today with Ben Schiller, Chanda, Gio, and Vivek, who are going to be in the first panel. We're going to have a mix of TradFi and DeFi, and we'll get into it. Next up, after that, we do have an ecosystem funding and DeFi for ecosystem funding panel with Nico here and James, along with Benet from the Ethereum Foundation, Francesco from Superfluid, and Leah from Argo Collective. Post that, we have a stablecoins panel, and we have some alpha in a bunch of the panels and some first-time announcements as well. So we'll get to hear those. We do have Ben Schiller, Monet from the Spark team, Joao from the M0 team, and Ivan from the Aragon team. Post that, we have how to successfully build a career in DeFi. So that's going to be starting with Diana, our favorite on the timeline. Elliot, who is the founder of Solidity Labs, Token Bryce, who's the founder of DeFiScan, DeFi Dave, who's the head of growth at CAP, and Sasha, who is heading BD at 1inch. And then we have 3 other exciting panels too. I think the day's just going to keep getting better as we go along, but we will have DeFi and cross-chain liquidity after that with Sundep, who's the founder of Polygon, Arjun Aurora, who is the head of crypto at LayerZero, and Andre, who's heading DeFi at LiFi. And that's going to be moderated by our very own Evan, who was an Epoch 9 participant and is co-founder of Rise Up Media. And then the final 2 panels, also really exciting. We have a digital asset treasuries conversation with Azim Khan, who is the co-founder of Maiden, Smokey the Barra, who is a founder of Verachain, and Kian Gilbert, who's the head of institutional at Lido. And that's going to be moderated by Naruto, who is a senior DevRel at Avail. And to close off, we will have our final one, which is building the next layer of DeFi from a product perspective. And for that, we have Evie joining us, who is also a co-author of the institutional RWA guide and is founder of Solo Marketing. We have Ruka, who's heading growth at Karpatki. We have Marek, the founder of Cello, and Korn, who is leading growth at Earn. And we have one change actually in the schedule that we have just been told about, and that is instead of Marcin, we're going to be having Matt, who leads all things BD at Redstone, and is going to be joining in his place. So a very exciting day, lots coming up. And with that, James, I will lead you to take the stage, and I'll remove Nico and myself. I hope you all stay engaged. We have crossed 330 people already, so we're seeing more people by the second, and we are excited to see thousands more over the day.
Right on. Yeah. Well, thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Nico. And thank you to the rest of the team for putting this all together. My name is James Kiernan, and I'm the head of Impact at Octant. And I want to just give a warm welcome to everybody who's here, all of the leaders, all the builders, the researchers, and all of the dreamers of our ecosystem. And I also know we have plenty coming to us from traditional finance, and just want to mention that it's really an honor to have everybody here today. We've got a really stacked lineup, and I'm really excited to kick this thing off. So I want to keep this thing simple, keep it short, talk to you a little bit about what you can expect, share a little bit about Octant and why we put this all together today. And then I'm going to hand the mic back off to Michelle so we can get this thing started. It's been really remarkable how well DeFi has matured. We've proved open systems can scale markets, liquidity layers, entire economies without anybody in the middle. And now comes some additional questions around sustainability, around governance, around purpose. And so in that regard, you're going to hear insights into innovations that are just around the corner. As Michelle mentioned before, you're going to hear conversations around how you can use DeFi to power your ecosystem growth, talks about stablecoins, digital asset treasuries, many different forward-facing topics that we're going to gain a lot of valuable insight into today. If you haven't heard about Octant before, we started this project as an experiment. Back in 2023, we mobilized a really big ETH treasury by deploying it into staking. And we wanted to fund public goods, broadly speaking, across the Ethereum ecosystem while quietly asking ourselves a few questions. And the big question that we wanted to ask ourselves was, can DeFi be the engine to power a sustainable grants program? And so to date, we've funded a few hundred projects, a little over $12 million distributed. And the best part about it is that we haven't touched $1 of the principal capital. We've been able to fund core protocol development, privacy preserving tech, developer tooling, projects focused on climate, and many more. And all of that has been funded from the yield. It's been really amazing to see. So I think we're really confident in this answer. The answer to our question is yes, DeFi can be an amazing engine to power grants, to power growth, whatever your strategic priorities may be. And we've seen over the past 2 years that grants can be really effective when you wield them correctly. So now we're in this transition. We're moving towards Octant V2 because we want to make funding more accessible to anybody in the ecosystem. Whether you're a DAO, whether you're a protocol, whether you're just a community that's looking to make growth self-sustaining, this is what we're building for you. We really feel at Octant that sustainability isn't some slogan that we're just trying to parrot around. We really feel that it's a competitive edge. And so the first piece that we're going to be releasing with Octant V2, Michelle kind of led into this a little bit, is a product that we're calling yield donating vaults, where you can put your capital to work by deploying principal into some of the strongest protocols across Ethereum. You can generate yield with those protocols and then use that yield to fund anything that you wish. If you want to use Aave lending markets to fund builders who are innovating in your ecosystem, it's really easy with these vaults. Or maybe you want to use yield generated from Spark to sustain communities across different areas around the world. Or maybe you want to use liquid staking from Lido to, dare I say, fund some public goods in Ethereum or beyond. You know, I'm really partial to that idea. But these vaults can enable that. Whatever you wish to fund, DeFi can power that idea backed by some of the biggest, most trusted names in our ecosystem. And so for me, this is why I'm personally fascinated with DeFi, because I truly feel that this is the competitive edge that Ethereum has that we're able to lean into more and more, which is just going to continue to spin this flywheel for the infinite garden. But I didn't want to just sell a single vision here, so I'm going to get back to the point of this event. It was really to highlight the fact that we at Octant wanted to create a space for people who are helping shape DeFi's future, to understand and to protect what made it so powerful in the first place. Openness, transparency, alignment with Ethereum's mission. We've built the plumbing. Now we need to choose what flows through it, how capital gets directed, how value is measured, how communities can sustain themselves without drifting back towards centralization. And so whether you manage a treasury, you design protocols, or you ship tooling, the choices we make now are going to help set the outcomes that we're going to see next. And so some questions to ask ourselves are, what kind of systems are we actually building? Are we building things that are just fast or ones that are fair, things that endure? Do we choose to chase yield in isolation, or do we align incentives for the long game? Security, research, public goods, real users, things that really matter. And so you're going to hear from folks today pushing these choices in practice. Governance, risk, stable assets. I highly recommend that everybody here stay really, really curious to the discussions that you're going to have presented to you today. And as Michelle mentioned before, I also know that some really amazing alpha is going to get dropped in some of these discussions, and you're not going to want to miss it. I know I'm really excited to hear all about it. So I guess with that said, I'm going to be around all day, and I'm going to be at Dev Connect in Argentina all week. So just to note, if you're thinking about how to bring sustainability into your ecosystem, or if you think you're building something that can work really well with these ideas that I've talked about with Octant V2, please come find me. I really want to talk to you. And so I want to thank everybody again. Thank you so much for being a part of Octant's first DeFi Summit. Let's try to keep the energy high as best as we can. And I'm going to pass the mic back off to you, Michelle. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, James. That was great. And I already see we have 523 people.
Oh, right on.
That's pretty cool. Strong start to the day, and we are perfectly primed for our opening panel that we are going to bring up in just a few minutes. So, James, what are some of the things that you're most excited about for today? I know there's like a lot of, this is a little bit different than what we usually have hosted. It's our first summit. It is a DeFi day, of course. And today's talks are going to be a lot more institutional, a lot more even, a lot of TradFi conversations too. What are you most curious about, and what are you most excited about?
Well, just because I am living and breathing it every day, obviously ecosystem funding is really important to me. So really excited to chat with Leah and Benet and Fran. That's going to be a lot of fun. I know I'm really going to be paying attention to every single word on that digital asset treasury panel, just because I know they have a lot of ideas around what they want to see funded, and I think there's a lot of synergy to the panel that we're going to be on today. But I mean, there's so many great talks, and I mean, I'm just going to be tuning in from 0 to 1 and listening to everything because, like we both said now, I mean, I know there's going to be a lot of alpha that's going to be dropped on some of these different panels, and so yeah, I'm cluing in, maybe a little bit selfishly just for that.
Incredible. Well, I think we can officially start moving towards the intros, and so let's bring the schedule back up. So we are going to be introducing our first panel, and I am slowly going to introduce everyone on stage. So let me take a minute to transition the layout. Hi, everyone. Welcome. So excited to have you all for the opening panel. For everyone who's watching, we are beginning our first panel of the day, starting strong with institutional trends in DeFi in 2026. So for this, we have Ben Schiller, who's moderating this panel. He was previously managing editor of CoinDesk and is currently a senior advisor to Maiden. Joining us, we also have Sundep, who is co-founder at Paxos Labs, Giovanni Everdeen, Gio, who is Chief Innovation and Strategy Officer at CBi Bank, and Vive Ramen, who is founder of Ethereum. Welcome, guys. Super honored and excited to have you all. And I'm going to remove myself from stage. I am on the chat if you need anything. But please go for it.
Great. Hi, Michelle. I hope you can hear me, everybody. I'm Ben Schiller. I'm with Maiden, senior advisor, and for about 25 years, I was with a journalist for the last 6 years at CoinDesk as a managing editor. So great to be here with you all, and I think we've all kind of seen the rise of DeFi in the last few years, going from being a relatively niche sort of activity to being something much more institutionalized, much more regulated, and much more accepted these days, especially with this current US administration. So looking forward to talking with all of you. Would you like to just introduce yourselves and just situate the audience here? Gio, do you want to start us off? Who are you and what do you do?
Yeah, so my name is Gio. I'm Dutch. I work in Dubai. This background is actually from Dubai Desert. I'm the Chief Strategy Innovation Officer for a bank, which really means that I'm pushing the boulder uphill, trying to get the bank to innovate. I'm also the co-founder of CBiX, which we just launched yesterday, which is a separate entity that kind of is an innovation lab in our corporate VC and is where we can do a lot of our DeFi experimentation.
Excellent. Sundep, you want to go next?
Yeah, appreciate you, Ben. My name is Chunda. I'm one of the co-founders of Paxos Labs, which is the newest innovation out of the Paxos group. We focus primarily on what we call providing next touch capabilities for enterprises looking to implement and integrate crypto capabilities on platform and further users or enterprise clients. So specifically, that's focused on spend, understanding how you can spend and orchestrate and off-ramp digital assets, earn, generating yield on primarily stablecoins, and then enterprise borrow lend interfaces, collateralizing capital on book, on enterprise balance sheets, as well as with digital assets, and then performing different financial actions with them.
Excellent. Vivek, I see you got a piano behind you. You're going to be playing something for us today?
One day it'll be real. Right now we're on the
Okay.
Thanks for having me and great to see you. So I'm actually not a crypto native. So I spent 11 years on Wall Street. I was at Morgan Stanley, UBS, Deutsche Bank, Nomura, and traded a bunch of esoteric fixed income credit products, all of which were running the US economy, but they settled and traded like people do in the Stone Age with phones and faxes and very, very backwards technology for a very advanced capital markets regime. So I left after 11 years. And when I found Ethereum in 2020, I saw it not as like some utopian technology, but actually as the settlement layer for where financial assets could be tokenized and trade and settle and just upgrade existing systems. So that's what I've been working on for the last 4 years, institutional adoption and getting more and more institutional players, banks, asset managers to use the Ethereum blockchain and the different facets of it. It really started for 3 years. I got rejected from a lot of meetings because the US especially was not ready for adoption. All of that switched last year when you had titans like Larry Fink say that the whole world's going to be tokenized, and you saw the ETH ETFs get approved and regulatory clarity started. So that's when we formalized Etherealize. We got some backing from the EF and Vitalik to get started, built an independent company called Etherealize to go actually onboard institutional assets and players and infrastructure onto public blockchain rails. If there's ever a time that you'll see max adoption, max willingness to do it, it's right now. So we've been sprinting and excited, very, very inspired by the progress that we've been seeing over the last year.
Well, that's really interesting. And maybe, Vivek, you could start us off here because you've seen the kind of the switch in attitudes and kind of culture around, blockchain technology on Wall Street, and Etherealize is very much a kind of trying to take Ethereum to Wall Street. So just talk a bit more about that. I mean, how is the conversation you're typically having with somebody on Wall Street changed from 4 years ago when you started to now? I mean, just give us a sense of the day and night there.
Yeah, it's been a lot of those. So it's getting to this position where now finally you're seeing the rush of adoption. I mean, just like when ChatGPT came out and then every institution had to do an AI strategy internally, we're at that moment where every institution has to do a blockchain strategy, and not just any blockchain strategy, but a public blockchain strategy. So, I mean, it's not like blockchains are new. Wall Street people are very smart, and they know that there are tools out there that can help their processes. We've seen 10 years of private internal blockchains being built, consortium blockchains. I mean, proof of concepts that never really unleash the real potential of blockchains because they're private and internal. Once you unlock the public blockchain moment and put assets and operations onto public blockchains, commerce becomes better. And I think that Wall Street finally realizes that the thing they were waiting for was for regulatory clarity, especially in the US. And once the US said, let's put stablecoins into law and let's start to even like codify crypto via market structure bill into law, it's now de-risked. So like while we've seen the tech sector and blockchain sector before let's move fast and break things and try and innovate outside of the regulatory perimeter. That's not how the financial system works. Now that we actually can, in a risk averse, in a methodical way, onboard assets, onboard institutions, it's been a flood of interest, and people want to do a lot of different things. They want to tokenize their assets. They want to build their own custom blockchains, but on public blockchains. So the Ethereum Layer 2 model is really being validated over this past year. And the third thing is to start to use DeFi, see how their operations and everything can be more automated. So yeah, I feel like the moment's finally here, and I'm pretty excited about it.
Excellent. Gio, so how does it look from your part of the world? You're not in the US, but do you think the US and the change of environment here has affected you?
I mean, it has affected everyone for many different reasons that I don't think we're going to get into right now. But I think anything that happens.
I mean, in terms of DeFi and crypto.
I know what you mean. Well, it hasn't really. I think one of the things that's really interesting about this part of the world is that they've been pushing forward fairly aggressively. And so I think what we had over the last couple of years in the previous administration on your side, we got a lot of US companies coming out here, setting up here, right? Because the regulatory framework was just a little bit more clear, articulated, it was welcoming. And so we've been pushing forward independently. So I'd say, the Genius Act didn't really change anything for us. If anything, it's quite the opposite. I think now that the administration is a lot more supportive of crypto, we're seeing a lot of talent like reconsidering if they want to move back to the US, right? So for us, you could arguably say it had a little bit of an adverse effect, but no, it's here. We've been pushing a lot on the tokenization front. Couple of interesting initial use cases done on the real estate tokenization. One of my biggest shareholders in our bank is one of the biggest banks in the region, bank out of Qatar. And we've kind of been helping them set up the first tokenized money market fund by a bank here in the region, right? And that was a big thing. I mean, you guys will appreciate a tokenized money market fund is not particularly sexy, but for a bank to do this, you have no idea the hell we had to get through just to get everyone aligned to that. And so that by itself, I think, was a very big step. People understand tokenization. They understand that, you can you can effectively tokenize capital markets everywhere. And I always tell this story. There's this scene in The Big Short where Mark Baum goes to this restaurant, right, to meet Byron Man, and he's kind of looking at him and telling him how he's going to wrap all these things in completely unregulated fashion. And I feel like that's the look that I see on a lot of bankers' faces these days when they think about DeFi. It's like, well, what? I could take a stable and wrap it, and what? And so there's a lot of interest. But what I see, at least here, is that a lot of the use cases are still fairly basic, right? People are still trying to wrap their head around it, trying to make sure that the regulator is okay. We can't, unfortunately, afford to break a lot of eggs to make an omelet. So we just go tiny little bit by tiny little bit.
Well, could you just fill in the details there a little bit? I mean, what would you consider to be basic, and what would you consider to be more advanced in terms of
DeFi? Look, I think when you start talking about, so when I have, DeFi companies come and pitch to our bank or other banks, right? The moment they start talking about yield generating vaults, or they start talking about liquid staking, I think you lose almost every TradFi guy in the room immediately, right? That's a lot more advanced. So what people get is like tokenizing deposits. It's very straightforward. I get what that is, right? You can sell that. One project we're working on right now is tokenizing music IP. Again, very simple. It's an asset class. People understand it. Tokenize it. Give it more liquidity. Like, these are I feel like a lot more native to traditional finance. These kind of things people are willing to do. Cross-border payments, right? Using stables. JP Morgan's Onyx Network, we're doing something with that. People are understanding these kind of things. But I think when you really talk about the more degen side of DeFi, it still kind of frightens people. And I think a lot of people just don't necessarily understand it. I also think there's a language mismatch, but we can get into that later.
Interesting. Sundep, how does it look for you? Do you see a mismatch between degens and Wall Street culture? And when you talk to Wall Street, are they, when I say Wall Street, I mean mainstream finance. Are you talking traditional use cases for blockchains, or are you talking more sort of degen stuff?
You're muted.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, it's all relatively kosher. So the way that it's kind of interesting. So the origin story for why we kind of created the new product line with labs out of Paxos is that we were focused on kind of understanding where the next step of our client capabilities needed to be, right? And what we realized was, after the administration shift in America, many of our clients and many of our client inbound, so we're talking Fortune 50, Fortune 100 companies coming to us for solutions. Traditionally, they would come to us for some of the first step capabilities that we already had. So stablecoin issuance, crypto brokerage, and some of the orchestration capabilities. But soon after, we were seeing RFPs that had requests for things that, I think in our positions 4 or 5 years ago, we wouldn't even imagine. So for example, a large enterprise came to us relatively recently for a stablecoin issuance product. And within the same RFP was asking the question, how can we also do digital asset backed lending and borrowing, leveraging the stablecoin as one of the core sources of lending liquidity? And for us, that was a very kind of abrupt wake-up call, where we realized that faster than I think anyone in the industry thinks, a lot of these larger enterprises kind of notice what we like to call the quote-unquote common sense use cases of DeFi, and want those capabilities and want to scale those capabilities as soon as they can within reason, right? Now, you'll still have this gradient of a sense of comfortability when it comes to these enterprises, right? I think how we think about quote unquote DeFi, or like the D in DeFi, it's not necessarily how most enterprises think of leveraging DeFi. I think they like the concept of on-chain finance, but I think the concept of decentralized finance is a little bit kind of outside of that scope. Now, you'll find some, like your Coinbases, that will be very comfortable with these kinds of ideas. But I would say the vast majority of the enterprise market are really looking to leverage some of the efficiency and composability around on-chain finance, but really require enterprise scale gating and compliance requirements around these types of implementations.
Gio, you were nodding your head or saying yes to that. I mean, do you think that the D in DeFi is a bit of a misnomer, that we're really talking about on-chain finance here and not sort of decentralized finance?
We talk about CFI 100%. Like every time, like this is very different. I feel like this is more on the, for me, this is on the DeFi side, but I'm on a lot of these like closed door panels and roundtables with the TradFi people, and the only thing we talk about is centralized permissions, right? And so this notion, so it's kind of like, and it's funny because the other day we were talking and we're like, well, this is kind of a long shot from where the cypherpunk movement was kind of pushing this whole thing, right? But it is, because at the end of the day, if you think about what we do, when I say we, TradFi in the most general sense of the world, being heavily regulated, we need and want control. So this idea of having a public chain decentralized is very scary for most people. And outside of the fact that I think most people who are in the control functions, risk, compliance, don't necessarily understand what that actually means, right? So one of the things that helped us a lot in our bank, I'm very blessed that our head of compliance is very curious, right? Is very curious about learning how this stuff worked. And so we had Chainalysis come in and they kind of did a run through for him in terms of how on-chain forensics works. And after that, he's like, wow, this is amazing, right? Like, I wish it would be this easy for all the other stuff. And so, but that's a lack of understanding that people initially have. And if you have a lack of understanding and you're heavily regulated and the penalties for potentially being non-compliant are very high, your incentive to try something new are fairly low.
Vivek, maybe you could chime in on that. I mean, Ethereum is known for its fealty to decentralization. We get a message every week from Vitalik saying we really believe in decentralization. How do you kind of square that circle with the clients that you're talking to if apparently they don't care about decentralization and yet you want them to come to Ethereum?
Yeah, it's. I think that we're saying the same thing just in a different progression. So I think it's a very positive sum game. So I mean, what we want to do first is have blockchains be the rails for the world's financial system. So once you bring enough assets on chain, a large portion of them will be permissioned by necessity, but also a large portion of them can actually go cross borders, can cross jurisdiction. You can package up yield differently. Like, I just think about my journey into Ethereum in the DeFi world, and it started with me using Uniswap for the first time, and then eventually went to using all these like degen, tranche, perps protocols. It's kind of the same thing for the banks and financial institutions. Like, first, let's have them use blockchain infrastructure. I like to call it DeFi programmatic finance. It's like I said, it's on-chain finance, it's programmatic, it's automated finance. It actually is a tool to make processes better, but it's not like if there's money and potential and opportunity, it's not like banks won't start doing structured products on chain. It's not like we won't take yield and start tranching it. I mean, it actually allows you to do a lot of the financial innovation that happened, but that happened opaquely in 2008. Now you can do that more transparently and with more checks in place. So I actually see this as being a more robust way to do the financial sector. It's just going to take some time. So first, let's bring a lot of assets on. Let's bring yield. Let's bring tokenized products on. Let's have institutions anchor their operations on Ethereum and on layer 2s. And then the magic of DeFi can happen. You can have low risk finance, which Alec writes about. You can have riskier finance with certain parts of RWAs, and that can happen on layer 2s, for example. But all of it's possible. Like, all of it will happen. It's just it's a matter of when.
So, I mean, that's a really interesting thought experiment there. I mean, you mentioned the Big Short earlier and the previous financial crisis in 2007, 2008. I mean, do we think that that financial crisis wouldn't have happened if those financial transactions had been on chain? If we could check into those, into what was going on? Was it the lack of transparency in those systems that allowed that catastrophe to happen?
I mean, my take is it's just human ingenuity. I think whatever you do on chain, off chain, we will find ways to extract value from the system. I mean, it's as simple as that. And I arguably say one of the things that makes a lot of the bankers I know fairly uncomfortable is because every time you talk about crypto, they'll throw like one of these, like FTX, right, a mantra, or there's always something. And the problem with that is, and we don't need to get into that now, but there's obviously reasons for that why you can't really compare what happened in these situations to a systemic failure that happened, back during the days of the Big Short. But it is just because it's new, the scrutiny is a lot higher. and the bar, right, the quality bar, the expected quality bar is significantly bigger. And so for people, crypto still, I speak to people who still believe that it's just a scam, right? It's just a playground for a lot of scammers. And all of us here know that that's not true, or at least it's not more than on the traditional finance system, but it's the perception, right? And the proportion of cases versus, the maturity of the ecosystem just makes it amplified to most people's minds. On top of that, people tend to report all the negative stuff, right? Because that's juicy. And so that's, for me, that's a risk. That's a problem that I'm facing. People feel crypto is just high risk because in their minds, Mt. Gox, FTX, whatever other situation that happened.
I think there's also something to be said that in every one of those situations, it usually was a centralized actor. You think about, let's extend it to Celsius Voyager as well. These were all opaque systems. In fact, I don't think outside of UST, you could really count any one of these instances as an on-chain failure. And so it's actually kind of interesting. It's a little bit of a survivorship bias situation, but it's a bit of kind of an interesting call out that in every type of crypto failure to date, we have actually strayed away from the decentralization ethos and the transparency ethos that was at the core of it. And I think moving forward, that's something where I think not necessarily on the centralization side, but definitely on the transparency side, we can focus on beating that drum and say, hey, in this FTX example, in the Voyager Celsius example, if we actually had all these assets on chain, the result might have been different, but we did not because we were trying to kind of fit a square peg into a round hole to kind of appease the pre-existing kind of consumers in the market at that time. And so it's a really good, in my head, like forcing function to actually stray more towards what we think is like the ideal future for DeFi.
Yeah, I want to jump in with that as well, because decentralization, how we pitch decentralization isn't, again, some utopian vision of like, what decentralization actually means to everyone is security. And so who cares most about security and lack of counterparty risk? Like Ethereum's the only system that literally no one owns. It's a global neutral infrastructure. And so that makes it so it has the least amount of inbuilt counterparty risk, which means that large institutions are more likely to use neutral infrastructure than infrastructure built by someone or controlled by a few validators or where there are single points of failure. So if you look at it, actually, I've actually, like, the days of people pointing to Mt. Gox and FTX, they're coming to an end. And I think TradFi knows, and they see all the stress tests crypto has gone through from 2020 crash to even the October 10th crash. Nothing in DeFi broke. Like Aave didn't break, Maker didn't break, Uniswap didn't break. In fact, they were not only resilient, but they functioned despite massive stress. If you think about where institutions will transact with billions or trillions of dollars, it's going to be on decentralized, which means secure protocols where there's no counterparty. And so, like, as they're starting to shift their mindset to maybe we should do our treasury repo on chain. Maybe we should do our borrow lend activities on chain. Maybe, like, the best customers of decentralization, ironically, are the banks. The people that care less about decentralization because they just want something fast and cheap are consumers, and they're the ones that end up getting hurt. But as crypto becomes institutionalized, I actually think the values of decentralization and a programmatic economy go up a lot. So I actually think we're going to see really good adoption very, very quickly.
Well, that's really, really interesting. So it's kind of a crossover of reasons to have decentralization. It might not be the original reason why we had decentralization, but it's a good new reason to have it. Okay, so maybe Chunda, you could take this one. Just interested in the kind of timeline for adoption and the types of products that we're going to see rolled out by TradFi institutions as they adopt blockchain. Just give us a sense of the types of product we're going to see going forward in the next couple of years.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think before I answer that in particular, I think something that's interesting that we've noticed that's been a shift in this newer age of, I'd say, enterprise adoption, newer age dating November 24 onward, is traditionally we saw a pretty linear progression for enterprises when it came to adoption. And you can kind of see it reflected in a lot of the business lines that we have at the Paxos side, where you know, our business lines are trifold. First, it's, you know, helping enterprises accept crypto on platform, buy, hold, and sell it. And then it became, all right, let's also provide the capabilities to accept stable coins. And then it became, let's provide the capabilities to issue stable coins. And generally, most enterprises started at one point, usually on the far left there, and went forward, right? And what we're seeing now is a bit of a different situation for enterprises, where sometimes they'll jump in on a different part of that journey, right? You know, I've talked to banks where, you know, they come to me and they're like, hey, we want to bring our lending desk on chain, and they have none of the other capabilities, right? Or they said, hey, like, you know, we're interested, they'll go off that scale and they'll say, hey, we're interested in asset or securities tokenization, and then embedding this onto yield products, and they don't even have stablecoin acceptance, and they don't hold anything on chain or any digital asset on their platform, right? And so I think as we move forward into the future, the kind of starting point for a lot of enterprises won't be as linear or as simple as it has been historically. But in terms of the places that, you know, we will see a lot of adoption, I think it's kind of fixed in, like, you know, one of those three capabilities, as well as four more, which I'll outline. One of which is like spend. How do I figure out how to kind of connect digital assets, both on the stablecoin and traditional kind of like digital asset major side, to the payment system and to kind of the global remittance systems that exist.
Sorry, could you just explain what you mean there? I don't quite understand.
Yeah. So, for example, a lot of businesses and enterprises that accept stablecoins, as well as like consumers, also need to plug into the legacy rails to spend those digital assets, right? So we're seeing a massive growth in kind of two different pieces, like the orchestration side of the business, and then the kind of card issuance and like remittance side, payment side of the business, that is kind of coinciding with that growth. And there's a lot of demand from different enterprises kind of moving forward in this kind of vertical. I mean, we saw the Western Union announcement a few days ago, right? So that's one piece of it. The next piece of it is kind of accessing different forms of on-chain finance. And I see that in primarily two different verticals. One is tapping into yield. And that's usually, most people today are comfortable with over-collateralized lending or some form of RWA exposure, both of which, because they're concepts that are pretty simple to understand and also are reflected pretty prolifically in the traditional finance environment today, right? Because really all you're doing is selling a concept that is pretty much ubiquitous in traditional finance and or already pre-existing traditional finance vehicles. The third one is actually settling some financial activity on-chain, specifically borrow, lend, and swaps. So leveraging on-chain venues to have faster finality and less counterparty risk on trading assets, as well as on collateralizing and borrowing and lending against assets. And I think really what you're going to see is a concentration of most, I'd say, like, you're going to get a Pareto distribution of most enterprises and institutions kind of sitting somewhere within that range of using DeFi. You might have some people kind of step out and do more exotic things, but I think realistically, everyone's going to start somewhere on that spectrum.
Great. Thank you. Gio, so you discussed tokenizing the money market fund, and you discussed tokenizing some real estate. Where do you see those two projects going in the future? Are you going to be doing more buildings, more money market funds?
God, I hope not. No, look, the tokenized money market fund is an interesting one, and I think there's a couple of things behind it that make it very successful. For starters, most of the big ones currently are all, US centered, and we found there's a significant demand, particularly in Asia, for having something that's operated from the Middle East. I think the fund will grow and grow. They're starting fairly modest, but I think there's a lot of potential there. More than the fund itself, I think what's interesting is now that we're doing that, you can start thinking about using those tokens as collateral, right? Chunda and Vivek both spoke about that. And that's a great entry point, because I think using virtual assets or digital assets as collateral is a very obvious thing to do for us as banks. but it's been a struggle a little bit. And that kind of leads me into tokenization of real estate. I'm not particularly very excited about tokenization of real estate. I think there's other things that make a lot more sense if I had to do it to tokenize.
Yeah.
The problem I see with real estate, and particularly with these small tests, is that, yeah, you plant the flag, right? Right. We tokenized an apartment or whatever. But the issue for me is tokenizing either a liquid asset and making it less liquid, or tokenizing an illiquid asset and making it fractionally more illiquid doesn't seem to be a solution to a problem. Right? And that's what I've seen. Now, I'll give you an example. Let's say that I want to give a micro mortgage for some of these tokenized real estate pieces, right? That could be an interesting business. But the first question I'll get from my credit team is, well, how easy is it to sell these if someone defaults, right? Is there a secondary market with liquidity? The answer is no. Right? And I feel like people kind of jump the gun, like, all right, let's tokenize something. But then very often it's like, well, where's the secondary market? Where's the liquidity going to come from? And if you don't solve for those things, right, which you have in DeFi naturally embedded, but if you don't solve for those primitives, then it kind of just becomes a gimmick and it doesn't really go anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of press releases over the last 7-8 years about various entities tokenizing real estate, and it sounds like a sexy idea, but you bring up the practical challenges of it. Vivek, just give us a sense of the next couple of years. What exciting things have we got to look forward to?
I think we're at the cusp of the real adoption moment. So I think we're going to see, I mean, it's not going to be like small proof of concepts anymore. I think we're going to see trillions of dollars of real world assets and every permutation. Like real estate, I actually think a lot of real estate does belong on chain. A lot of it that you said, Gio, doesn't. So like, I think we're going to see experimentation across all of it, and where it's kind of a flood of opportunity to ranging from fully permissioned to more permissionless, ranging across geographies, ranging across institutions. Our main focus is to make sure that to maximize the probabilities of the possibilities of public blockchains, you want everything in one economic zone. And that's why we come to Ethereum and say, okay, well, if everything's on layer 2s, layer 1s, then interoperability and integration across the app layer and similar tooling and similar standards, then that ends up creating network effects. So our goal is to bring as many different institutions, layer 2s, assets into this economy, and then see what happens. And the magic of, I think we're going to boomerang back to the OG DeFi once everything's on chain and people actually start innovating and making cool things. And that's going to unlock the financial sector. So really
isn't it a bit of a contradiction to say we want decentralization of everything and then say everything needs to be on Ethereum?
Well, I think Ethereum is the most decentralized platform globally, then and definitely more than other layer 1s. I don't think it's a contradiction at all. I think it's actually it's like saying we want all the information on the internet, not on 15 different intranets. That's kind of the exact same thing we're trying to do, just for money and assets.
All right, fair enough. I won't argue with you about that. Well, thank you very much, all of you, for doing this. It's been great to have you, Gio, Chunda, Vivek, and we'll do it again sometime. Thank you.
Appreciate you having us on.
Thanks.
Thanks so much, guys. It was so great to have you all, and we're excited to get into our second panel. So give me a minute to invite everybody over. Bye, Gio. Incredible. Welcome, everyone. We are excited for our second panel of the day. We're going strong. We've got quite a few people watching, quite a few people tweeting. I see your numbers have crossed 1,300 as of now, so that's always great to see. Second panel of the day, and we're going strong. This is going to be a fun one. We're going to be getting into ecosystem funding in all things DeFi for ecosystem funding. I'm excited to introduce Nico, our moderator for this session, and our other panelists. So we have James, who is her head of impact at Octant, Benet, who is our funding coordination lead at the Ethereum Foundation, and Leah, who is the funding lead at Argo Collective, and Francesco, who is the founder of Superfluid. Fran, sorry if I don't know if that was Francesco or Francesco, but
why Fran is easier.
Sweet. Well, I'll remove myself, folks. Excited for this conversation. Go for it.
Cool. Thank you, Michelle, for the intro. Excited to be here moderating this amazing panel on DeFi for ecosystem funding. We have some amazing panelists here, so I would love for you all to start with a quick round of intros. Fran, would you like to start?
Sure, yeah. So I'm Fran. I'm one of the founders of Superfluid. We're a protocol for money streaming that has been around since 2020. And we've seen in our 6 years a bunch of different experiments and ecosystem funding. We've been a part of a lot of those. We're collaborating with a lot of different kind of foundations and DAOs on their own ecosystem funding. And we're also collaborating with Octant on this. And in general, we believe that streaming is a solution to a lot of some of the problems that have shown up a bunch of times. So yeah, excited to be on this panel.
Thank you, Fran. James, would you like to go next?
Yeah, appreciate it, Nico. Excited to be here. As I said before, I'm James. I'm the head of Impact at Octant. Been with the project now since I think early 2022. Was before focusing on the community side of things, but now I've recently shifted towards the more business development partnership side of things. So I've been working, talking to a lot of different DAOs, talking to a lot of different protocols to understand, how to bring sustainability to their growth initiatives. And I know we're going to talk about this a little bit later. Historically, what I've seen from a lot of funding, from a lot of different programs, is that there is this lack of sustainability. A lot of token emissions are generally what fuels growth, and there's a lot of problems inherent in that. And so, yeah, excited to talk about that. How streaming and other mechanisms, DeFi as a whole, can really be a solution, so that anybody building on top of Ethereum has a competitive advantage for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, excited to chat with you all. I think we're in a very pivotal point, so it's going to be an exciting chat. Leah, you're next.
Hi, thanks so much for having me. I'm Leah. I am responsible for fundraising at the Argo Collective. And for those who don't know, the Argo Collective is a group of people that develops and maintains critical infrastructure for Ethereum applications. It comprises of 6 teams that collectively spun out of the EF. And the one project that probably all of you know is Solidity, which is the primary programming language of Ethereum. It underpins more than 250 billion of US dollars in DeFi. So it's really a cornerstone of our DeFi ecosystem. And the goal of each project that is part of Argo is to make dApp development simpler, safer, and more rigorous. And I think from the funding perspective, I'm excited to discuss this in this round, is all teams have been part of the Ethereum Foundation before. So thinking about funding was not necessarily the prime topic for us. And we are now in a situation where we're independent and we are new. So while the projects themselves are not, but it's just one more collective looking for sustainable funding. And yeah, I'm excited to share some insights what we have been exploring there.
Yeah, looking forward to hearing those. Thank you, Leah. And last but not least, Benet.
Thank you for having me. So Vinay Vasanji, Funding Coordination Lead at the EF. We focus on making it quicker and simpler for impactful projects to secure funding from across the ecosystem. And the way that we do that is we support existing EF grantees in securing additional co-funding. We work with initiatives that are originated from the EF, like Noir Acceleration and Proximity Prize and others, to fund and co-fund those initiatives. We're really interested in making it easier for builders to know where funding is available and just reduce the information asymmetry around sources of funding and how to go about securing it. And then the fourth one, which I'm personally very, very excited about, and I'm very happy to be on the panel for this, is we think there's a way to increase the overall pool of funding available to impactful projects through creative mechanism design. And I think that's something that now, with DeFi maturing, a lot of real world assets coming in, a lot of different opportunities for yield to be generated on chain, we are particularly interested in trying to configure and design and help teams identify sources of yield that they can use to sustainably fund themselves.
Awesome. Thank you all for the intros. Now let's get to the sauce. I think we're in a really pivotal point in terms of ecosystem funding, let's say, extend it even to public goods funding and so on. Well, Ethereum has always been leading, I would say, in this area. I would say since the beginning of Ethereum, we had, I think, the Ethereum Community Fund. I think it started things that funded Gitcoin, and then Gitcoin funded a bunch of stuff. And then we had a bunch of experiments with L2s, for example, Optimism, who had Retro PGF, and a bunch of other initiatives. So we've seen a lot of those experiments succeed, and some of them fail as well, but with a lot of learnings. And I think now there's a lot of regrouping, not only on the side of the EF, that's the most visual, but a lot of other parties that are trying to build towards a more sustainable way to fund ecosystems. And DeFi plays, I believe, a very important role there. So before we get deeper into it, I would love to have each of your takes on what's been the past and what we're looking forward now. You know, what in your eyes were some successful and some learnings from the past moving forward. And we'll go with the same order that we started with. So Fran, please.
Yeah, so I mean, you mentioned RPGF, right? We actually collaborated with Optimism. Most of the RPGF funds were distributed through Superfluid over the past 2.5 years. And we are big fans of the model. I am, however, not a big fan of the funding source, because I don't think it's sustainable to give away your treasury like that. It's unfortunately reflected in the price of OP at the moment. And, it's just not a great strategy. But it was the strategy that we had, right? Like, you can't blame someone for trying their best. But I think going forward, obviously, we need to try and figure out better ways. Personally, I'm a big fan of figuring out how to recapture all the value that TradFi is taking away and taking off the table and privatizing. If you look at the biggest, most profitable companies in crypto right now, the money is leaving, right? I mean, look at USDC, right? All that privatized kind of value taking off the table and going to TradFi and going to Circle shareholders, right? That's honestly, in my opinion, it's a very leak. It's a big leak, right? Because you don't see Circle, sponsoring Solidity, right? Like, they don't care. They have their people to pay, right? So I think there's a lot that kind of DeFi can do by banding together towards kind of supporting projects, supporting stablecoins that have a different vision and a more aligned one. And that's something that I really think, as an ecosystem, we should push a lot more. At the same time, I think the vision that that we've been talking about with Octant is the right one, and also with Vinny, actually, about basically monetizing yield, right? I think yield is I think you can think of yield as kind of one of the best products that came out of crypto and DeFi, right? Because it's kind of this amazing primitive. It's just like, you have money, you get more, right? No bullshit. It just kind of works. It's in the background. Everybody can access it, right? That's not the case in TradFi, right? That's a very DeFi thing, that yield is so easily composable and accessible. And I think yield is the way, right? So monetizing the yield of treasuries to fund public goods is the right way to do it. The problem is, who are those treasuries, right? And there we go back to, Circle's not going to put their money to fund Solidity or anything else, right? So we need to make sure that the treasuries that grow are the ones that do this, right? And I think that's kind of as much of a values-based lobbying effort, and kind of even potentially boycott effort for people who don't support open source, to grow the right treasuries that will support things. Because otherwise, we're just kind of all working to make people in Wall Street rich, which was never the point, right? So I hope we're able to band together a bit more in the future on this.
Yeah, I think we're on the way, and maybe that's a good segue for you, James, to comment on that.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting to understand why Fran's point around token emissions just really doesn't bring a long-term pathway to success for different ecosystems. You know, a lot of ecosystems are just printing these tokens. You know, they have a big treasury that's mostly comprised of their token, but then you have this really weird situation where if you start to run grants solely from this token, if you give away too much, it really starts to affect your token price. If you don't give away enough, then you are not staying competitive within this broader landscape where builders are literally just going to where the most incentives are. So you're kind of stuck in this really weird phase where there really isn't this this playbook around how you can succeed in the long term, you know, given those constraints. We have seen some DAOs who have transitioned more to this like revenue model where they're using revenue, which DeFi can absolutely power, to create more sustainable pathways for ecosystem funding. Base was one of them. I know Arbitrum as well, you know, moving some of their capital into DeFi. So there are ecosystems that are starting to see that, you know, sustainability is really key to have success in the long run. And, you know, just to mirror that in what we've seen with Octant, again, just repeating what I said in the beginning of this whole presentation, you know, 30 minutes ago or so, we've been able to fund a lot of our strategic priorities, you know, giving back to Ethereum across a lot of different themes. And we haven't touched $1 of the principal capital. Like that has staying power, and DeFi powering that is the way to go. You know, I think there are hesitations by some still because, you know, negativity really sells at the end of the day. And DeFi has unfortunately had some folks that have taken advantage and caused, you know, crashes and you know, created maybe a little bit of paranoia. But for those who are really looking deep into what DeFi really offers, I think they're really starting to understand now that there is safe, low risk DeFi that can really bring sustainability towards whatever your strategic priorities are. So yeah, I'm really encouraged by that. It's literally what we're trying to sell at Octant is, you know, highlighting that DeFi can be the backbone for everything that you're trying to do. And I think it's really starting to catch on, and the ecosystem's waking up to it. So it's really encouraging to see.
Absolutely. Thank you, James. And Leah, I think your perspective is also going to be very interesting because you have been both on the, let's say, ecosystem funding side with Scroll, maybe like funding those projects, and now you are more of the recipients, let's say. Like, so I'm curious to hear your perspective as well. How have you seen the timeline of ecosystem funding, maybe from both sides?
Yeah, maybe just for a little bit of context, before joining Argo, I was part of the original core team at Scroll, and there I was building out the ecosystem and the BD team. And I mean, Nico's right, like there, you have several mechanisms that are available to you to fund the ecosystems. There's those that are not so long-term sustainable. I think we've all seen that farming initiatives are only have like a limited effect for the ecosystem, and it usually also does not necessarily like distribution of this is always a contentious topic. So you have this, but then you also have like grants available to you, but then you also have somewhat of a limited budget, even though you, for example, were able to raise large amounts, but you always have that point of view, okay, how is that feeding back into my ecosystem, or how is that ultimately benefiting my project? And I mean, this is fair enough. And if only a few or like a handful of players are doing this, then why should I change this? And I think, Fran, you mentioned earlier, I think you mentioned also the narrative shift that needs to happen, and a lot of players, or like a lot of people have already been doing that, including Octant, that we just have to have more players or more also successful companies be part of this funding stream or this funding mechanism. So if I choose to allocate a certain budget to public goods, for example, that is a decision, that is funds that I cannot deploy to growth, for example, for my project. So that is just something to keep in mind. But if it becomes more of a norm, And if it is in a way that it doesn't necessarily sound like a big scary amount, but it can be distributed with time, and I'm not losing principal. So overall, I do think this is a very interesting avenue for us to take a look at. I don't necessarily think that there's one holy grail situation that will solve funding for everyone. I think also from our perspective at Argo, we will try to have sort of our hands in several cookie jars, just because we don't necessarily know yet what ultimately will work for us in the long run sustainably. A lot of it is also very dependent on market volatility. So we will have to have several approaches for this. But I think leveraging DeFi for this is a super interesting way for us to tap into.
Yeah, thank you, Leah. And I think also the EF has been exploring this a little bit. We've seen the EF treasury being used using DeFi now, and I'm curious to hear from you, Vinay. How are you looking at that from the funding coordination team, and also, yeah, just in general, how do you look at the timeline of ecosystem funding initiatives and in the past and now moving forward?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, in the past, we've sort of covered that a lot of the top of funnel value that was then eventually channeled into grants was either going to be a token generation event or some hybrid of that plus VC funding, all primarily to drive growth on a specific protocol. And that was necessary perhaps at that time because there was not necessarily that much economic activity happening. There wasn't value transfer that was originating and was being distributed outside of some of these token generation events. Now we're in a very different stage where the overall ecosystem has matured. There are mature projects. There are, of course, TradeFi. There are, of course, other parties starting to now use these neutral rails for their business value flows, business logic. And what I think is likely to happen and what is uniquely enabled by something like Ethereum is that you can take flows of actual capital and in real time redistribute them in a time-bound way. So you could do a fee switch on a vault for 2 months, just programmatically. You could skim off a specific amount of yield with the consent of the party that is receiving that yield and have that automatically be distributed into a splitter contract and sent to multiple projects. So there's something that is, I mean, what we're actually talking about here is the problem of open source funding. I mean, that is not a new problem. It's been a problem that has existed, and then we're talking prior to that, the tragedy of the commons. I mean, these are not new concepts that we're necessarily addressing, but we are now able to potentially tackle it in a unique way because there's a new technical capability, which is that real-time capital flows, real-time economic value that is generated in this moment can be redirected at will with software. And that's something that we're very, very excited about because we have seen, you know, I can't really speak for the EF and its treasury policy per se. Of course, they're now getting more active in terms of generating yield. But as more and more economic activity is being generated on chain, especially for critical dependencies that the Ethereum ecosystem relies on, we are actively advocating for teams to start thinking about public goods mechanisms and mechanism design. And that's why, like, I'm personally very excited about Octant V2, the vaults. I don't know if the name has changed actually. So the fact that there's now infrastructure that is specifically designed to stake yield and redistribute value to projects that are essential in the ecosystem. More and more of these experiments are likely to start happening. And it's not to say that like grants will go away. I think the grants system is quite well established. How the top of funnel that feeds into the grants might change. So it may be economic activity that's generated on Ethereum that then feeds that top of funnel rather than a token generation event. And then there's this very, very like complicated question about once you programmatically start redistributing value to specific stakeholders, what's the governance mechanism around that? How do you decide that that's done fairly? So there's a number of experiments happening. I mean, this is probably a whole separate panel session if we dig into this, but there are a number of explorations happening both within the EF and outside of the EF that are trying to figure out fair ways to identify dependencies and distribute value and understand how to reward different projects. I'll just end with just one comment, which is we've been talking about how this is potentially really valuable within the Ethereum ecosystem. I had a conversation with the open source lead at the UN yesterday, who happened to be here in town. And I explained to him that actually open source funding could be solved with Ethereum simply because you're able to natively transfer value on chain to dependencies in a software stack and programmatically design it and have it set up with the right fair governance systems. And he was extremely excited by that because every single government around the world is trying to also move towards more open source software, less dependency on the 7 big companies in the US, and try and actually diversify and reduce risk around the technologies they rely on. So we can talk about it within our ecosystem, but I think the more we start exporting this idea outside to other spaces, the more success we'll actually have in real world adoption and use cases around this.
Yeah, I'd love to add to that as well. So, I heard Leah talking a little bit about, having to, get these one-off grants from different teams, and, the challenges inherent within all of that. One of the things that I think is really important to consider is that, what Benet just mentioned around funding open source software and maybe a lack of incentives to do so. There is already precedent for for-profit companies to heavily invest in open source software and understand that there are massive benefits out of it. So, the Linux Foundation is funded by Meta, funded by Google, funded by a lot of these very for-profit companies. And they understand that they're putting money in, that they might not be able to directly point to the exact dollar amount that they get out, but they get a tremendous amount of value out of it. And so I think as we're starting to design for better systems, more sustainability, we can also really start to lean into telling a story around the impact that a lot of this open source infrastructure is actually providing, so that people understand I'm putting money into this system and I'm actually getting value out of it, because people know that they're getting value out of it, but right now there isn't stronger data to back up that story. And so people are really happy to free ride as long as they need to, while things are a little bit obfuscated or just not really clear in their opinion of why they need to contribute. So, I think we're approaching or tackling this from a couple different fronts, but I'm really confident, over the coming years that we're really going to start to have both the mechanisms and the story and the data to really begin to feed into funding the things that we rely upon sustainably.
And can I open a small debate here?
Go for it, yeah, Fran. Please. So, we love debates.
So, I think Vinay mentioned, right, that governance is the most important. It is a very important thing, right? Like, where does the money go? Right now, when you start having Google being the main financer of your open source software, you don't get to choose that anymore, right? And James here is trying to get them on board, I'm sure, which would be great, right? We need more money, we need more people, but it becomes increasingly problematic when you have, clearly for-profit megacorps effectively being your lifeline, right? So I really, really hope that we can build the kind of, let's say, neutral distribution mechanisms, like capture resistant distribution mechanisms before that happens. I'm not the only one thinking about this. I think I've heard the people at Protocol Guild talk a lot about this. So, I know it's not a new idea, but I think it's worth remembering that, because we're not trying to become hostages to big corps, right? And I've heard disturbing rumors of the EF having some degree of this starting to happen already with some of the bigger, not fully kind of homegrown L2s. So, I hope it doesn't become too widespread. But yeah.
I'm just going to quash it. I don't know the context of the L2 conversation. I haven't heard it, but there may be some concern somewhere. There always is when you have such a large organization with so many touch points. But to your point about capture and capture resistance, that is absolutely something that is kind of front of mind, even as we think about some of these mechanism conversations. We are exploring initially entities that may be regulated, that may be financial institutions that exclusively rely on Ethereum. So if it's an Ethereum ETF or it's an Ethereum DAT, or if it's something like that, there is potential for those parties to contribute because there's a very clear fiduciary argument behind actually supporting the underlying infrastructure that the entire business model of this entity or this product relies on. Now, that is not going to be the full representation of traditional financial institutions. There are going to be so many different products and so many different entities that the likelihood of the centralization risk that you see with I don't even know what it's called now, the Magnificent Seven or whatever the tech companies are now in the US, they are dominant, and there were specific unique characteristics around the evolution of the internet and technology that kind of led to 7 large companies. I'd be very surprised if the Ethereum ecosystem is even represented by 700 or 7,000 large companies. Over time, I imagine it to actually be quite a distributed set of entities all generating value, because anyone can access this technology and anyone can build on it. Now, that's my optimistic take. Of course, that is to be seen. But I think just being aware of this risk is something that then informs even how we communicate to potential parties and who we reach out to in the first place around funding mechanisms this way.
Yeah, I think, go for it, Leah.
I mean, like, ultimately, that should be an incentive for crypto native projects to be part of, or like just to have public goods funding as part of their overall budgeting in the first place. I think social norm, social pressure, ideally can counteract a little bit, but there will always be intents of like capture that I think we have to be aware of.
Yeah, totally. And I think landing this back to the topic of DeFi, my take is that DeFi maybe levels the playing field a little bit. So maybe if like a large corporation attempts to take over, there's the barrier is low enough so that multiple players can counter that and maybe avoid any capture. I mean, it's again maybe like Benet, very optimistic, but at least we're providing a more neutral ground. But I believe also some risks come with. I mean, I think we all agree that DeFi can make ecosystem funding more sustainable, which I love to hear. But that also can come with some risks. So we're close to the end of the panel here, but we'd love to hear a take on the risks involved for using DeFi for ecosystem funding.
I mean, I can take a step. Yeah, I can take a short take on that. I mean, so with Octant running this grants program for the last couple of years, we definitely saw some pretty wild swings in how much funding we were giving out to people, running around every 90 days. Sometimes ETH was half the price or a third of the price than it was the previous epoch in just like a 90-day period, And I think to Leah's point around, trying to receive consistent funding for really critical infrastructure, that can be really, really hard when you're both getting one-off grants and the grants from established programs. The amount of funding that's being given out can, vary drastically. So I think, the way sometimes yield is generated, especially with ETH being so volatile. I mean, we saw that flash crash, which was like the biggest liquidation event just a couple of weeks ago. That is in a way, risky when the market can just fluctuate so quickly. So I know we're talking about diversification, definitely into stablecoins at Octant. This is something that, we believe that, you can, I don't want to say hedge, but, distribute your capital around a little bit to be a little bit safer, to not have so much risk within the market dynamics. But yeah, at the end of the day, I think we're still early with crypto, and you're going to see volatility, and that volatility can definitely impact your grants program if you're funding with DeFi.
Yeah, and we hear this a lot from projects receiving funding, that it's hard for them to expect, so the risk sort of trickles down to them as well, and that's a risk for the entire industry. But maybe something like streaming can help manage expectations, let's say, on what is being received or not. So maybe, Fran, you want to take a...
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm obviously very, very going. I mean, yes, streaming can fix every problem, but the funding source is also kind of relevant. Superfluid is a great tech to move money. It doesn't make money, right? In the end, that's more important. As James said, ETH can be very volatile. I mean, I think that's less of a concern, to be completely frank, because if we don't have a long-term vision of ETH appreciating, then we should probably just all go home. So in the end, if you kind of structure everything to be long-term and safe long-term, right? So that you kind of have the funding available long-term because you don't leverage, you can kind of, let's say, have some sort of long-term vision, then, ETH going down, ETH going up shouldn't really affect your operations, because, you can operate on stablecoins without holding stablecoins, right? Which is another kind of magical DeFi superpower where, we can use the dollar as a medium of exchange, but our store of value is ETH, right? Which is, again, something, amazing that we can do with crypto. And I think a lot of people are kind of bashing the EF for not doing that, and instead selling their ETH to pay expenses in USDC, right? I think that's kind of a very big kind of missed opportunity so far, is to find more ways to avoid selling ETH, whatever happens, right? Even the yield, right? Even like, imagine if we could avoid selling even the staking rewards and just increase the principal and just leverage it instead. Anyway, a lot of opportunities there. But yeah, I think streaming provides a great way for projects to have more predictable, sustainable, and composable income. And, that's why we're working with Octant on this. So yeah, I hope we can do more.
Yeah, no, definitely looking forward to see these experiments come to play in the next few weeks or months. So yeah, I really appreciate you all for coming on here to the panel and giving your perspectives on this. You'll hear more from us in the practical side coming up. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, everyone. And thank you, Nico, for the great panel and moderation. Next up, we're going to be talking about a topic that I think if you're on crypto Twitter, you're probably going to hear every day, if not every other hour, which is stablecoins. More so than a buzzword. But today we're going to go into our panel. So excited to introduce this incredible group of speakers. We've got Ben again. Thank you for moderating this session. We have Ivan, who is our tokenomics lead at Aragon, Joao, who is a chief strategy officer at LayerZero, and Monet, who is the head of strategy at Spark. So thank you, guys. I will remove myself from stage now.
Thank you, Michelle. Good to be here, and good to be with a great group of panelists here. Hi, guys. How are you doing?
Doing very well. Thanks for having us on.
Good, good. Well, maybe you could just quickly introduce yourselves. Joao, you want to go first from M0?
Sure. Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. I'm Joao Reginato. I'm Chief Strategy Officer at M0. I've been in the stablecoin sector for quite a long time now. Prior to joining M0, I spent 8 years at Circle, where I led the build out of USDC and Eurocoin and several other stablecoin related products over there. But good to be here.
Ivan?
Hey everyone, I'm Ivan. I've been doing tokenomics with Aragon for about 4 years, and helping projects reach sustainability somehow inevitably flows through stablecoins. So I've been in the weeds of the topic for a while now as well.
And finally, but not least.
Hey, I'm Monet Supply. I've been working with Spark for the past few months, and then previous to that, I worked for Block Analytica, which is the risk service provider for MakerDAO. So, been in the stablecoin industry for about 5 years.
Great. I'm Ben Schiller. Until recently, I was a journalist at CoinDesk, managing editor, and I recently joined Maiden, which is a ZK blockchain startup, and enjoying being on the other side of the kind of media fence here. So great topic, stablecoins. So obviously, most used form of crypto. We just had the Genius Act, which set rules for issuance of stablecoins here in the United States. A lot of other rules, very important piece of legislation. Jal, just want to start with you maybe. I mean, how did the Genius Act change the game for stablecoin issuers here in the United States and maybe also globally? Just give us a sense of the impact of Genius.
Yeah, the impact has been dramatic, I would say. And it seems like every day we have another example of why it was dramatic. But funny enough, and I have my own personal view of that. I've spent so much time in the sector, but there is no Genius like regulation yet, right? So actually, some people keep saying these things, which is the right thing to say. There's future Genius compatibility and compliance, but we don't have yet the law like in action. There's still a good number of months before we get to that point. So what changed?
You mean the rule making process hasn't actually taken place?
Yeah, exactly. Nobody has a license to operate under Genius yet, right? And so funny enough, when you accept that that's the case, because that's the fact, what changed is not actually regulation. I think what changed is the perception of friendliness in the regulatory regime within the US. And I think that was the dramatic thing. And I think we really need to give it to the current administration because of how fast they changed that environment, right? If you were working with anything connected to stablecoins around about 18 months ago, you actually probably didn't want anything to do with the United States, right? It was actually like fairly adversarial as a regulatory regime to stablecoins. I mean, people were still debating, can they be securities, right? And there was a whole lot of like skepticism towards things like the sharing of the upside in reserves that issuers can have access to. So I think the main thing that changed is now builders in this space realize that the environment is going to be friendly. There is going to be space for experimentation. There's going to be a very clear regulatory framework very, very soon, and clarity just helps people innovate. People feel comfortable innovating. I think that was the major shift that has happened, primarily from a sector, I think, in the industry, which has been, kind of touching this kind of technology with a lot of reluctance, which is anything that is not crypto native, right? As Monet said, like everything that has happened in core crypto use cases and environments have been using stablecoins for a long time. And I think there was no question there that is the preferred digital dollar form factor. But everything that is sort of hybrid or more traditional in terms of use cases is moving into it. And I think this is the wave that we're seeing. Fintechs investing in it, right? Payments processors, payment networks, everybody investing in stablecoins as a piece of infrastructure that they touch.
Monet, what about you? I mean, what do you think that the challenges are for building stablecoin networks in this space? I mean, obviously everyone's got this kind of high of legislation, a changing environment, but we have to get down to the kind of practical challenges of this space. What are those challenges from your point of view?
Yeah, I work mainly kind of on like the DeFi native side of the stablecoin business. So it's been hugely positive seeing kind of the regulatory or the legal improvement that we've seen in the past few months. But I think how that works with DeFi has been, for the most part, left kind of out of scope. So we're still kind of waiting for how the like market structure laws and regulations are going to come through, hopefully in the coming months. But yeah, it's been a huge kind of sea change in how traditional entities are looking at the space. Like just recently, Spark, we've begun working with PayPal to help scale their stablecoin. There's a whole lot of interest from numerous other fintechs, issuers, of how they can productively participate in the space. So yeah, super exciting. I think it's going to be really interesting to see how this develops, though, because now that it's in a way it's kind of like been blessed by the regulators, like you're allowed to participate in this industry. It's becoming much more crowded. So how can you differentiate yourself versus a Tether or USDC that's already scaled pretty significantly? How do you break into this industry? And I think that's questions that we're trying to find the answer to for the traditional issuers, and then also for kind of DeFi stablecoin issuers. Where do they fit in?
So just picking up on one thing you said at the beginning there. So you're saying that the Genius Act didn't really cover DeFi applications of stablecoins. It was more about the stablecoin issuers.
Yeah, I mean, it's really specifically about stable coins that are actually backed by cash equivalents.
Right.
So there's T-bill stable coin stuff that's like cash in the bank, USDC, M0, a lot of other examples like this. And then there's kind of more the DeFi native stable coins, which are more like fractional reserve, and they're using decentralized smart contract systems for their backing. And these have been for the most part left out of scope. And I think the expectation is the market structure regulation is going to put a lot of definition around, what is DeFi? What if any sort of legal requirements are going to be sitting on top of decentralized protocols? So yeah, it's still up in the air. I think, recently there was a bit of a controversy about some of the Democrats bringing forward a very unfriendly proposal. So it's still kind of in play of how this is going to shake out for DeFi, although the cash backed sort of traditional finance backed stable coins, they have a lot of clarity now.
Are you referring with the proposal to the idea of not allowing rewards on stable coins? Is that what you're referring to?
So that's something that maybe is still a bit of a challenge for the sort of like T-bill backed stablecoin issuers under the the Genius Act. They're not allowed to share yield, but they can share rewards or other sort of like business incentives with distribution partners, stuff of this nature. So in practice, the users and the people who are actually making the stablecoin network valuable are able to benefit somewhat from the revenue from reserves. But yeah, we'll see. The banks have been, of course, fighting very hard against that. So it's, in a sense, it's not like a closed book. We still need to make sure stablecoins are allowed to, share the economics in one shape or form.
Great. Ivan, what would you say are the main challenges from your point of view in terms of adoption of stablecoins?
I think I would say one of the big ones is definitely that there isn't really a lot of clarity what a stablecoin actually means. It's just a term that we use for pretty much anything that's pegged to an external source of price feed. We saw, as Mona mentioned, there is a lot of stablecoin projects that are backed by cash equivalents. There is the DeFi native. We've seen a lot of, in essence, hedge funds that have a fractional share of the hedge fund being priced at $1 consistently and just being rebased to remain at $1. I think that creates a lot of friction for adoption from the perspective of a user. Especially if we see some of these more exotic models start failing, gaining user trust again would be a challenge for everyone, even those that didn't misfire, so to say. This is probably something that could be beneficial to come out from the regulation. We saw some projects having to switch to more synthetic dollar naming convention just to differentiate. So I think surfacing the risk profiles of what's behind, and like, you know, in DeFi there's the perpetual question of where does the yield come from,
Right.
that like usually is pushed to the side. We're bundling a lot of things with like it's RWA backed, but there is a difference between like being backed by T-bills versus being backed by, I don't know, some business receivables. Just in terms of like the ability to serve liquidations and redemptions on a fast cycle, on the reliability of like how that asset that should be in theory one-to-one or over collateralized, how the price feed of that is being surfaced to the networks that are, you know, programmatically operating with this asset. And so I would say like that is one leg of it, and then the other one is just like the fragmentation. You know, this regulatory clarity or sort of clarity was great in terms of we've seen a lot of new projects pop up in the space, but that also has its downsides with, you know, few of these projects being actually interoperable meaningfully, which in essence means that you need just to have like hundreds of liquidity pools, because like everything needs to be paired with everything else, and there is the constant battle of like what like whose platform is going to be the single liquidity hub, at which point potentially like the incumbents have the strongest leg up. And you know, it will be kind of sad if after all this innovation we just end up with like Tether and Circle like dictating which chain is the canonical by deciding which chain they honor redemptions on. So yeah, I would say fragmentation and like this ambiguity around risks are the two main hurdles for like more sustainable usage once the farming points and yield boosts games subside. Like what the long-term struggle is going to be are those two.
Amazing. I mean, I think the kind of network wars question is really, really interesting. Zhao, I mean, how do you see this shaking out? There's so many companies coming into the stablecoin space, and you're getting this fragmentation, as Ivan was saying. How do you see that resolving itself?
Yeah, I love this question. Thanks so much, Ivan, for prepping it up. Also, it's almost like we planned for this to be the case, but it wasn't the case, right? No, this is at the real core of what we are doing at M0. So it's a super close to heart kind of topic. I'll zoom out a little bit and kind of provide like a historical narrative, which, you know, like you can always take different narratives when it comes to history, but I think it's important for people to realize, as Ivan said, like the moment that we're in, because I think it's pretty different and pretty pivotal to kind of ponder on what's going to happen next. If you guys remember, as Mona said, you know, we have had for a long time now, Tether, USDT has been around for 10 years, essentially. Then USDC followed, sort of as a movement, you know, there was an opportunity seen to, you know, build these products in a way that they were more transparent and, you know, more law abiding, et cetera, at least at the time. But Circle was not the only company at the time that built those kinds of products, right? There was Paxos emerged at around the same time. Gemini had a Gemini dollar at the time. I don't know where it's gone now, but it kind of launched at around the same time. And then Paxos was the first company to sort of pivot into like a little bit of more of an as a service model. And it built, you know, the Binance dollar for Binance, and it actually built a couple of other of those instruments. And then it sort of pivoted a little bit more recently. That early emergence of those models to me was already something that's classic in the evolution of most technological transformations that we see, right? You usually start with the first iteration of a tech platform or stack, and it's usually horizontal and very general purpose in nature, right? It's like, hey, we figured out a way to do this. Now let's find, you know, how we can play a role in different types of use cases. But it's general purpose in nature. It's kind of one size fits all. The natural evolution of a lot of technological, you know, advancements is that there tends to be a subsequent phase where people realize, yeah, okay, this is kind of cool and it's amazing you can do this. By the way, there's probably lots of things that can be improved. But what about customizing it for this use case? And what about, you know, vertically integrating with this other use case? And then you naturally see solutions that are way more fragmented, but way more specialized, right? And that's good. That's usually not a bad thing. That's usually good. I mean, you know, would you rather use If you're in healthcare, would you rather use the vanilla like cloud solution that at first emerged, or would you rather use something that's really bespoke for the healthcare industry, right? So these things are very natural, and I think this is what we are seeing now. So at M0, we see the world in a slightly different way. I think many people get confused with this idea that we will have many different forms of stablecoins, and I think this is just a trend. We really can't oppose that trend. I mean, every week, as I said, Ben, you look at the news and there's somebody else building their stablecoin. But I think people get confused in approaching those as products. I think that's in the past. In the past, there was this idea that you would have a vertically integrated solution where you would have an issuer, they would build a stablecoin product, and they would drive it all the way to market, directly touching their end users. Tether has been extremely successful doing that. I think Maker and Dai were probably fairly successful in doing that for a while as well. But Tether has been, above everybody else with the presence and the brand recognition that they have, especially in emerging markets. Now, what most people are trying to do is not really to build a stablecoin product in such a way that they also become a recognizable brand and they compete with USDC and Tether. I think that battle is over. The two guys have won, and I don't think there's going to be a third. But people are approaching stablecoins as infrastructure, right? It's not about the product that I will bring to market and then try to get adoption everywhere else. It's how I build my fintech or my crypto application, right? And if I see that as infrastructure all of a sudden, it definitely makes a lot of sense for it to be customized for my business. Because by the way, if I use USDC or if I use USDT, I am allowing some other entity that I most of the time have nothing to do with to monetize my customer deposit base. And why would anybody do that? I think people are realizing that that's actually a very dumb thing to do. So why wouldn't you say, I like the technology, it makes sense, but I want the feature set to be actually in this direction. I want the monetization of the customer deposit base to actually funnel to me, or to funnel to my distributors, or maybe even to go to my end users. So that customization of infrastructure, I think it's a huge trend that we will see going forward. I agree with Ivan that will naturally fragment the market. There's no doubt about that. And I think you mentioned the stablecoin network wars. I think that's a term that is beginning to emerge because people are going to try and tackle this interoperable question, this interoperability problem in different ways. And then what you see especially in the last few months, I would say, I think M0 probably is the company that showed the way, because we have been in market for 18 or 12 months at least with this kind of network of stable coins where the app developers can come in, customize them, use them infrastructure, and then we connect them in the backend with stablecoin issuers. But now you see, obviously, Bridge, which was acquired by Stripe, obviously has a play there. Anchorage has been issuing stablecoins now for some fairly relevant use cases, right? They've done it for Tether, they're doing it for Western Union, and so on and so forth. Athena is clearly pivoting into this space. Again, we can look at their announcements in the last number of months, and they're now building this as a service. And then there are some smaller players. But I think this will be a super interesting dynamic in the sector. All these offerings, what they're going to try and do, to Ivan's point, is attack the lack of interoperability, or the fragmentation problem that you would have if you have thousands of these instruments. The approach is instead, as we think about it in M0, let's allow for any business to have their own bespoke digital dollar infrastructure, but let's ensure that all of these are interoperable. And within the M0 network, all of these technologies, all of these instruments are natively interoperable on chain. So to Ivan's point, you don't need to have several pools of liquidity because they're natively interoperable, meaning if you have Ben's dollar built on M0 and I have Joao's dollar built on M0, when you want to move from your use case to my use case, we destroy your dollars and recreate them as mine dollars, right? So we separated the behavior, which is use case bound, from the value part, which should always carry one everywhere that it goes. You shouldn't have to do price discovery in the same way that if I send you my Chase dollars, there's no market for discovering the price in terms of how many Bank of America dollars you're going to get. There's actually interoperability technology that has been built over time through central banks, clearing houses, FDIC insurance, all those things that get us to look at all these different form factors of the dollar today, which have very different risk profiles fundamentally, right? And yet allow them to interoperate. So I think that's the next phase for this sector, really looking at it from an infrastructure point of view and not from a product point of view. And I think it will cause the TAM of stablecoins as a whole to dramatically increase. We will need to look at competition from a different lens. I don't think USDC and USDT are going to go anywhere. They're going to stay and be very, very relevant products, but probably they are going to take more of a payment rail role, right? Interconnecting these use cases, and not so much as an asset that people know and hold intentionally, because that will be driven by the application. That will be driven by the fintech that you're using on your phone. You're going to honestly use whatever form factor for the dollar that they dictate to you based on the infrastructure behind the scenes.
Sorry, it's muted. Monet, would you agree with that, prediction that we're going to talk more about infrastructure than products? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, no, I think it definitely makes sense. In the past year, I think the focus has really shifted to like who owns the end user, kind of what distribution channels are coming into play. So you naturally see a lot of substitution of stable coins that are not sharing any of the economics to people wanting to issue their own stable coin on a network like M0 or something like this, where their own users are actually benefiting them. Like they've developed these user relationships. They should capture most of the economics. It's quite natural. I do think that there's still I believe that there's going to be multiple of these sort of like stablecoin issuance networks. And there's still going to be, points of contact between them. So I think, although you can off ramp the dollars and then wire it to somewhere else and remint via another network, I think there's going to be a place for on-chain sort of liquidity optimization to make them interoperable, at the speed of the internet rather than having to go, deal with wire transfers and money off chain. So yeah, I think that's somewhere where actually, DeFi protocols and other sort of like on-chain incentive mechanisms can bring utility to help integrate these different networks into like one giant just overall dollar network on chain. So I think that, yeah, DeFi protocols, I think, will play a big role in that. And then also, when you are developing these on-chain products using stablecoins as like the enabling infrastructure, you still need to, figure out how do you provide the liquidity to make the product work as you intended. Looking at like Coinbase's on-chain loans product that they launched using USDC as the borrowable asset. They're still relying on, external liquidity providers, many of them DeFi protocols like Spark, to make sure that the borrow demand can be met with supply on the other side. So yeah, I think that it's going to be a huge opportunity for protocols in the DeFi space to kind of meet these specific niches where there's a need for interoperability between networks, and then also just like supporting the liquidity and the use cases that these various fintechs and wallets and businesses are spinning up using stablecoin infrastructure.
Ivan, what about you? I mean, surely we're going to see some, differentiation between these networks, though. I mean, not everything's going to just become one big interoperability system. I mean, they're going to be advantages to using one system or another.
Yeah, for sure. I think I would say I agree that we're in the infrastructure epoch. I think before the previous one, from my perspective, was the issuer one, not so much the product, because there was this time frame during which it was like, oh, like there a lot of the growth was driven by issuers that are looking on chain and they're like, I can borrow from, let's be real, like less sophisticated lenders at rates that if I go to like an investment bank to evaluate the risk profile of my business is gonna, I don't know, ask for 15%. I can like mint my debt as a stable coin on chain and borrow at 11 because these people are just worse at evaluating the risks associated with my business. And I think we are hopefully coming to the tail end of that, because if we match that with the next age where an app is going to dictate what sort of stable coin the users are going to use, the users on the app are going to use, like that transfer of risk and obscurity is going to be, in my view, very dangerous for the user. So I think like there is, to quote the great Uncle Ben, with great power comes great responsibility. So I think like it will be very important for these apps that are going to be making decisions and quite important ones on behalf of their user base. It will be really important for them to like have some sort of like a consistent and transparent risk framework of like okay, why are we using one? Why are we picking one asset or another? And like that should come with the corresponding transparency of like this issuer is giving me like rev share shouldn't be the key decision on, you know, how are you picking which asset to offer to your users, right? So I think there's going to be there's going to be room to differentiate around, you know, like can you guarantee censorship resistance for these assets, right? Like is there a central like mint redeem entity, or is it an immutable contract that cannot be controlled, that mints and redeems and provides this interoperability across assets? So I think there is space to differentiate. I would say one of the challenges is that that differentiation is going to happen at a surface that most people are not going to notice until it actually matters, right? You wouldn't care that whoever is minting the stablecoin that you're using can censor you until you get censored. So I think there is like there is a lot of room for differentiation. It's a question of like, can we surface the non-monetary value of like how some of these networks are just a better product for the user.
All right, great. Fortunately, we only have 2 minutes left, so just to give us a quick kind of sense of where we're going in the future, Joao. 2 years' time, what's the world going to look like in terms of stablecoins? Just give us a couple of quick thoughts.
Yeah, I think I'll touch on something that Ivan mentioned in his last answer. I agree. I think another way to look at this is how the prior phase of the stablecoin sector was very much focused on the issuance layer, and I think, you know, naturally now the focus will be on the what I call the application layer. So it's how, you know, are these application developers making good decisions? As Ivan said, you know, are they picking, you know, the right infrastructure for the right reasons and not because, you know, somebody's paying them or sponsoring them heavily to do that? I think, you know, we're going to see failures. We're going to see failures of fintechs blowing up because of, you know, stablecoin infrastructure decisions they have made. We actually have had those already back in the Luna days, but I think we will have another wave of that because they will proliferate way more. But I think what we will see is over time, and I don't know, you said 2 years, maybe that's too early, but I think we will see a diminishing of the importance that has been assigned to the issuance layer of these instruments. I think, you know, today, if you use Robinhood, do you really know like who is the custodian of, you know, the equities over there? Like, you know, there are a lot of like layers to these products, and some of these layers have been commoditized and pushed down the stack. I think a similar thing will happen to the issuance layer, and the value will be on these ancillary services, right? Do you offer on and off ramps? Do you offer liquidity? You know, do you offer good risk management? I think that's where the value is going to be for these application developers building these solutions. Great. Unfortunately, we're out of time. So Ivan, Benet, I'm sorry for cutting you off, but Michelle is here already, so we have to wrap this up. Thanks so much for your time. Obviously, we're going to be watching the space very closely in the next few years, but thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Ben. Thank you, Ivan, and thank you, Joao and Monet. We are now ready for our next session that's going to be moderated by none other than Diana. Diana, super excited. We've been seeing a lot of love on our socials. I'm just getting everybody up on stage. Go for it. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Michelle, and thank you so much to the whole Octant team for having us here. Super, super excited to be on this panel with these amazing people. I am sure they need very little introduction. The topic of the panel today, actually tonight, I'm in Bali and it's midnight for me, but I love you guys, so I'm here. We're going to talk about how to build a successful career in DeFi. For that purpose, I am wearing my special DeFi glasses. So let's start with a couple of introductions. I will read out briefly the bios of our speakers today, and then we'll jump into the questions. So first, we have the DeFi Dave. DeFi Dave is the head of growth at CAP and has contributed to various projects over the years, including Frax, Dinero/Redacted, and Gelato. Next up, we have Token Bryce. Token Bryce, I think you and I met about a year ago, maybe in Bucharest or someplace. We were on a panel together. He is the founder of DeFiScan. He recently started a X show, which is live, and it's called Token Bryce's Spotlight, where he interviews new protocols. So make sure that you check that out and follow him. And Elliot Friedman is the founder of Solidity Labs. Over the course of his career, and this is really impressive, guys, he has deployed over 67 smart contracts, collectively securing 2.1 billion in TVL with 2.2 plus million transactions and 0 losses to hacks. So welcome, everybody. Super excited to have you. And let's start with our first question. Give us the lore. What did you do before DeFi? Dave, let's start with you.
Before DeFi, I mean, I've been in crypto for 8 years, and before that, I graduated college. To be honest, so I've pretty much always been in crypto. There was like a small gap where I worked for a startup that was an encyclopedia, and one day we woke up and we were like, "What if we were a blockchain encyclopedia?" And so that's how I got into crypto in 2017. And I had an internship in Congress. I was at Hilturn 11 years ago. So that's what I did before DeFi. But other than that, I've just been doing crypto stuff since 2017.
That is pretty epic. And do not get me started on politics, because I could talk to you about that literally all day. So let's not do that. Very questionable. Token Bryce, what did you do before DeFi?
Yeah, I mean, it's very similar to Dave. I've worked essentially maybe 3 years in the non-DeFi space. So at this point, my career has been mostly in there. But yeah, I was doing actually something pretty not too far from it. I was essentially working with tech startup and helping them with online digital strategy, essentially. So there was a bit of this concept, because those were, like SaaS product with APIs and things like that. So there was a bit of this notion already of, okay, you have a dense, complex product that also requires some industry knowledge. How do you explain it and its benefits to your clients? That needs a bit of education. So I guess that's that's a helpful overlap in DeFi, because the themes are very similar in that regard.
That's cool. It sounds like you've been following your passion this whole time. And for any marketer watching, how do you explain what projects do? That is the one topic of pain for most of us here. Now, what about you, Elliot? What did you do before DeFi?
So before DeFi, I was very interested in crypto for ideological reasons. So in high school, I got into trading, and I remember the Dogecoin coming out, and all sorts of just the lore from back then was absolutely crazy. And so yeah, the idea of money outside of the control of state, I was really fascinated by as a high schooler. And then I self-taught programming, and I worked for IBM doing enterprise blockchains and helping them settle invoices for contract labor on the blockchain. So I think that was a really formative experience and really interesting, because it gave a window into how these enterprises are thinking about crypto and blockchains in general. So.
Wow, you had me at Dogecoin. That feels like ages ago. Oh my God, I feel so old right now. You were in high school. That is crazy. And I think that it's so good to know, like you said, how these enterprises think, because if you want to change the system, at some point, you really have to understand how it works. So thank you for your service in that. Now, On to our second question. What have you found the most helpful in building a career? And maybe it's been your resume, maybe it has been getting involved with a project when you were starting out. Did you maybe intern someplace, or would you attribute your success to just getting on Twitter, now X, and just constantly yapping? If you could pinpoint something, what would that be?
I think it's for me two things. One, making content. I feel like the biggest thing I did was the podcast pretty consistently when I was doing Flywheel for over 2 years. We did 131 episodes in 130 weeks, and just it's not about like one podcast or two podcasts that might get like a few hundred views, but when you have a body of work that's over 100, you're gonna have at least like thousands, tens of thousands of people that have seen your content if you're doing a good job. And then I'd say the second thing is going to conferences. I think like the most EV plus thing you can do if you're new to the space is go to a conference and just talk to meet as many people as possible. Once you find your circles and people you need to know, like you don't have to go to as many conferences. In fact, it may be work, but I think those are the two things: like making content, going to conferences, and just being genuine about it.
I think these are such amazing tips. And honestly, I have the same exact background. So for you, Dave, were you paying out of pocket to go to these events at first, or were you kind of getting invited to things?
I was fortunate that I was doing it through my work. I started going to when I was working at Gelato, it was right after COVID, and that's when all the conferences started up again. So I was fortunate enough to because I was doing BD and growth for Gelato, and so that's how I was able to travel to all the conferences. Like having flight and hotel booked helps. But if you don't have the same benefit as that, then I just be very intentional which conference you pick. And also you don't have to go that far. You can just either go to a local meetup or go to the main hub that's in your country or a region. If you're in the States, New York is the spot. I like to say that New York is a permanent conference. You can come here any week of the year and there's something going on and there's people around.
I love that. I love that. And one tip to share as well, when I was starting at events, I actually was self-employed and I was a copywriter and a coach at the time. And what I would do is I would actually write emails to these events and be like, hey, are you looking for someone that can speak publicly? Because I can MC for you, I can moderate panels for you. And sometimes you would be surprised if you actually get comfortable, like Dave said, making content and speaking, you might actually get comped to go to these events. But what I'm hearing you say is you started creating content, started going to events. It doesn't have to be super far from home, and it doesn't have to be 25 conferences per year. It could be a major too. So that is the takeaway that I'm
exactly
hearing.
Yeah. And I don't make just any content. Make stuff that you're genuinely interested in and that you're able to have a unique voice, because a lot of people just they have the same slot, they have the same copy paste. But I encourage everyone to develop their own unique voice. You don't have to you're not going to be perfect starting out, so it's fine if you emulate people and whatnot. But it's just over time you develop your own unique voice, and then people gravitate towards that. People gravitate towards passion, and they gravitate towards just that. It gravitates towards uniqueness. So
Absolutely. That was a really good point. What about you, Token Bryce? What was the one thing that you can pinpoint, or maybe two things, because Dave had two, that has been the most helpful for you at the beginning stages of your DeFi career?
Yeah, I mean, it's actually, I guess, similar in some ways. At my level, I would say really following your passion is what makes sense. So, at my level, that was initially my blog. I just wrote about my discoveries in DeFi's protocol I liked. And back then, nobody was writing about DeFi. So I want to say the bar was pretty low to grow with the space. And I was, but maybe more even is the community, the local community. So I was very involved in the early days of DeFi France. Now it's pretty much run by every other people, and I'm just watching it grow like a retired dad. But yeah, this was very formative, and it helps you make a lot of connections that are very actionable connections, because there are people sharing your DeFi interest in your area. I sound like a dating website now. But you get me. I mean, I think this was key to help me grow for sure, and more broadly get involved. So again, with DeFiScan and DeFi Collective being an association, maybe it's a bit easy for me to say so, but yeah, I think it's the same logic essentially. It's both formative at your personal level. You're gonna learn a lot just getting involved with this kind of adventures, and also it's resume building essentially. We don't really use CV or whatever in DeFi, but your involvement is noticed and can help you reach other positions in the space, or can be a starting point. We actually had the story already with a couple of contributors of the collective. Being with the collective for a while, usually a decent amount of time, but then eventually they get noticed, and they end up working for a protocol. And it's both happy and sad moment when that happens. I'm happy for the guys, sad for the collective, but it's okay. The structure will keep going on. But yeah, I think that's definitely a solid way to build a career in DeFi.
That's such good advice. And I think very similar to what Dave said, connections. So get involved, start contributing, you'll get noticed, in creativity. So you wrote a blog, which goes to show that if your passion is to be a writer, you can go and do that. If your passion is to create video, you can go and do that. Now, what about you, Elliot? What has been the one or two things that have been the most helpful starting out?
So I want to echo kind of what you had to say, Token Bryce, about finding the thing that you're really interested in, because I think that like crypto is permissionless and there's so many different things that have to get done. Like being a good Twitter shit poster, like, is actually like an incredible job. So I think that like following that natural interest where you have that fire and you have that energy and like the thing that just lights you up. And so for me, that was, and still is, like smart contract engineering. Like I really just like geek out on it. Like the first time someone showed me like an ERC20 contract, I was like, whoa, that's so crazy. Like you can just make a token. Like this is just so nuts. And so I think like learning Solidity and kind of learning skills that are valuable, and like going really, really deep, I think will like set you apart from the pack and will make you really stand out. Because if you're like, okay, if you're like the number one Twitter shit poster and you have like 100 like banger tweets a day, like then when Coinbase is like, oh my God, we need someone to help us on our comms, like they're gonna be like, oh my God, wait, that guy, he's so cracked. So I think that really falling down the rabbit hole and pursuing the things that you find interesting are going to be really good for your career. And then for me also personally, finding bugs in smart contracts that were live, I think that was like, that really allowed me to like set myself apart and be like, hey, look, I found this bug that could like make millions of dollars basically go poof, like that. And so I think that it's just leaning into the things that you're interested in and going down a rabbit hole.
So contribution, and I think you're so spot on. When you have that laser focus, which will be very likely related to your passion, it will help you become really good at something really quickly. So then if you want to debug things, if you want to shitpost, that's totally fine. Find your thing and pretty much get obsessed with it, which I love. I think that is something that a lot of us share. Now, our next question, and this is something that I think about all the time. I'm sure that you guys get DMs, cold DMs, lukewarm DMs, mid DMs, all sorts of DMs. When you're trying to network with people, especially when that is online, how do you do that? How do you slide into someone's DM without feeling awkward, without sounding cringe, so that they actually want to talk to you?
Yeah, it's like even to this day, I slide into DMs cold. And I there's different ways to do and go about it. I think it goes back to being genuine and passionate and having something unique to say. You can't just go in and be like, hey, what's up? You can go in, but if you go in with like saying something funny or memey or like something that like the other person can relate to, or if you have like one of the best ways is if you like use the person's product and you have like a genuine question or feedback about the product or the protocol. That's what gets my attention. There's a lot of times like when I see people write about CAP, I'll go in their DMs and thank them. And if they have any like mistakes in the article, I like offer them corrections and whatnot. That actually happened twice. It happened twice in the past 24 hours. So yeah, I don't think people should be afraid to DM. In fact, cold DMs are a great way to grow your network because you never know where a cold DM can lead.
That's right. I love that. And it's cool to hear that so many people are interested in Cap and talking about it. Good for you guys.
Yeah.
Well,
I like to think of it as like the Alon method. Like when Alon from Pump Fund started out, and no one really cared or knew who he was. He DM'd hundreds of people, and so many people ignored him, sure, but then you see like a year or 2 years later, people are like, oh man, I should have entered that DM.
Exactly. Which goes to show when you're obsessed with something and you want it really bad, you just keep at it. What about you, Token Bryce? When you're looking to start a conversation with someone, how do you slide into their DMs?
Yeah, I mean, there is no one way for sure. I'd agree that for the track record in a way helps. So if you're doing things on chain, you're keeping in touch with what's happening, that essentially kind of maximize the angle that you have for this kind of situation. And more often than not, you would end up, you know the person, or someone that can intro you to the person, just because of your other engagement. So that's more the way it goes for me, and I guess I'm blessed enough that when it goes over that stage, usually at this level, I just kind of ask, in a group or two, and maybe one of my friend will have the contact or a contact at this protocol. So it's teams are still pretty accessible. I feel, especially if you don't come in random and empty-handed. Problem with DM is you get a lot of spam and completely absurd stuff, like Twitter growth or Instagram follower or launch a coin, try this referral for this exchange, but still most of it is noise essentially, and very few are decent. So if you take the time, you actually thought about what you're trying to accomplish there, you can explicit why you are connecting to that person in the message and what you're looking to do out of it, or what's the reason, and so on. Basic stuff, but yeah, take the time, don't GPT it, and it should be fine.
Do not GPT. It's so funny. I was actually looking at some GPT emails earlier today. A few of us were looking at them and we were just cringing so hard. So bring some value. Like Dave said, use the product, have an opinion on the product. Token Bryce says, bring some value. Don't make it self-centered. What about you, Elliot? If you were to slide into a DM, or if someone slides into your DMs, what's going to catch your attention?
I think that a lot of themes from both what DeFi Dave and Token Bryce were talking about in terms of adding value and being like genuinely interested, and not just being like some LLM slop or copy pasta. I think that when people have like a genuine ask, like, hey, I'm trying to solve this problem, or I'm working on this kind of thing. I saw you had a similar experience. Like, how would you think about this? Or like, I think those are things that make me a lot more interested to respond naturally. And then I think that in terms of generally networking in DeFi and like doing that in a way that's not just like transactional or just, kind of comes off as low effort, I think that finding people that have similar interests, or where you have like something in common and like something that you share, and that could be something very small, or that could be like like, oh hey, you're working in similar roles, but I think that is really helpful, and especially, and then once you have that shared connection or that commonality, kind of providing value and asking questions that are like build towards something or are topical in terms of like the current narrative or meta. I think that's and then I think things are a lot more natural that way versus just like, oh, I'm just reaching out to you cold.
And one thing that comes to mind is also that people sometimes expect that they're going to drop one message and it's going to be like, yes, let me give you so much money. Let me hire you. You're the one. It's a little bit like courting a partner. It's a little bit like dating. You're going to slide into the DM one time, and then you're going to build a relationship over time where you give them some value and they reciprocate. And that's how the relationship grows, which is why it's called relationship building and not just selling stuff. So I think you've all made some really, really solid points. If anyone here is wondering how the hell to slide into a DM, those are some really solid tips. Now,
I actually have a free bonus if you have a minute. I just thought of it as Elliot was speaking, is because I caught myself using it as an indicator to kind of filter. Is we do have some on-chain credential stuff. I'm thinking, for instance, ethos, but also like I don't know, the Gitcoin passport, or or any things to prove that you're real human, or some behavior that you can look at. But more specifically, I'm thinking the ESO score, for instance. I do, there is an extension that kind of built it into your Twitter, so you can see it from people interacting with you on Twitter. And I started to, use it as an indicator, essentially, like, to put it simply, I guess if someone with a ESOS over 1,400, ask me a question. I mean, usually I read the questions anyway, but I would be more attentive, or I don't know, it would catch my attention faster just with the, it's popping out with the color. Essentially, you start to be like in the green zone around your trusted person as per ethos. I mean, that's one, but that could be whatever. The problem is it's not so integrated within DeFi right now. So it's more something that you use, when you're doing DeFi background check. So like if I'm hiring someone, I will check your wallet, see if you have a Gitcoin passport. Yeah, maybe, okay, the dude is here for 4 years. Has he donated anywhere or done anything, beyond just pure financial, or all kinds of stuff can be taken into account. And hopefully one day we will have something like integrated, like on Twitter, you'll see a wallet score whatsoever. That would be ace.
We can only hope. These are great tips, actually. These are such technical, actionable tips that people really need to pay attention and take them away. And a friend from the Ethereum Foundation some time ago, maybe a year ago, said literally the same thing. So that's a really good thing to keep in mind. Now, we have time for 2 more questions. One thing that I really want to know is, what was the biggest mistake you have made in your DeFi career?
I think the biggest mistake, it's not really a mistake, like a actual mistake, but more so of like a trap that I sometimes fall myself, like see myself fall into even to this day, is to compare yourself to people. Everybody has their own path. Everybody has their own special set of skills. And so when you compare yourselves to traders, to developers, or like, oh, I should learn how to trade, or oh, I should learn to do. No, don't think. Figure out like what you're good at. Double down on that, and keep developing that skill. And as mentioned before, like provide value to people. It's like if you provide value to people, and they're the right people, they're going to reciprocate back. So my advice is just don't. The mistake I make, and my advice is don't compare yourself to people.
That is so key. And it reminds me, when I was first getting started in crypto, I thought that I had to learn how to code. And I am
Yeah, it's
not
a big
good with.
mistake. Yes.
Yes, like if you're not good with numbers, if you're not good with like logistical things, just don't waste that time that you're going to spend learning, say something like Solidity, and not enjoy it and get nothing out of it. So I think that we've seen a big change in the space compared to even a few years ago. And now I speak about this all the time, but there is a content creation arc. So people who want to work in DeFi, who want to create videos and whatnot, you could use these skills and your knowledge of DeFi to get into the space. You don't have to be a coder. So don't waste time pursuing something that's going to make you miserable. That's very good advice. What would you say, Token Bryce?
Oh, not much to add, really. Yeah, try out things. I guess it's a bit hard too, because the space is still new. The roles are not so clearly defined, so it's not every time you start a new position, a new involvement. It's kind of, you're never certain what you're getting into. Essentially, it's not like a good old industry job that you could be more in have a bit more predictability, let's say. So I'd say a bit similar to what Dave was saying. Don't be afraid to like try out a few things, a few different roles. If you have a fit that don't work, it's okay to make a jump as well. As long as the next is more centered on what you enjoy doing, and so what you're doing good, better than the others, and then you find your crew. I feel that's kind of like that could be the tagline for this show. At the end of the day, it's like yeah, you need to get involved, go around, go on chain, try things, use products, and eventually meet people, and kind of out of all that chaos, stuff will emerge pretty much organically, spontaneously.
That is such a good visual. And I think that in the end, you naturally end up doing so. It's just like starting college, for example, and not knowing where to go, which way. And by following your passions, whether that's like, I don't know, like playing sports or theater or whatever, you end up with the right people. What about you, Elliot? The question was, I'm starting to lose track of the question. What was the biggest mistake that you have ever made in your DeFi career?
That's a really good question, and I had to think about that for a while. I feel like being it's such a good question. Now, I think that being really gut driven and like really trusting your gut, I think is so important in crypto and DeFi in general, because you're not going to have like all of the data when you're joining some or you're starting some early stage startup, right? There's not going to be like, oh, here, there's all this revenue, or there's this, or there's that, or like we have all these, customers already lined up. So I think that really just trusting your own intuition and following that and being true to yourself, I think that's, I think that when I have not trusted my own intuition, I think that's when, things have like gone the worst. So I think that, yeah, definitely follow your gut and follow your instincts, because it's such a new space. And I think that also, using the products, like, getting on chain and trying out the new DeFi protocol and trying out the new thing that like kind of doesn't really make sense, or like maybe the, their narrative isn't like the most polished yet, but I think that's how you go right. And yeah.
That's a great tip, because anytime something is not completely polished, that means that they could use your help to get it to where it really could be. And I love that you said that. Pedro Gomez was the founder of Wallet Connect, where I work, and I've had this conversation so many times about trusting your gut, because the data could tell you a lot. I mean, even if you look at the presidential elections of this past cycle in the States, the data is the data, but then people who really trust their gut are the ones that could accurately call it. Now, we have just about 2 minutes left. So let me ask you guys to leave our viewers today with one practical tip on what to do if they want to be successful in DeFi, whether that is go talk to 100 people, create a resume, be yourself, trust your gut. What is your one practical tip?
I'll do. Oh,
you can go.
No, it's just super simple. Just a list of the first thing that I will think of, and then I stop. Go have an ENS, go on Gitcoin or on Gives, try it out, create your profile, verify, donate to something. Go try some product, Kaito, Essos, there are others, Cookie, anything in the info file. Go see around, find out. Maybe get a DeFi Llama Premium if you can, just for a month, so you can access to all the data. All kinds of things you can do on chain.
Love it.
Yeah. My one actionable tip is go cold DM somebody you look up to and ask them a genuine, unique question, whether it's about themselves, a protocol, or something related to them.
Very good point.
So I think don't limit yourself. Like, crypto's permissionless, and find your tribe of people. Like, find the group of people that you really like jam with and you really gel with, and go message 100 people and be genuine, and be curious, and go figure out what it's all about. So
amazing. Fantastic. Thank you all so much. Thank you,
Thank you.
Octant. Thank you, Michelle. We're out
You can
of
make
time.
a whole guide from this panel, honestly.
Absolutely. What a fantastic panel. Thank you, Diana.
Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you, Dave. Thank you, Elliot and Bryce. This was so lovely to have you all. Cool. So we're making progress really quickly. And, I think this is usually a first where we are on time and on schedule. Super excited to chat about all things cross-chain liquidity. This is going to be a fantastic panel. We've got Evan joining us, who is the co-founder of Rise Up Media and is going to be moderating this session. We've got Arjun, who is from LayerZero, Sundep from Polygon, and Andre from LiFi. Evan, please take it away. I'll remove myself from stage. And
Absolutely. And thank you so much. Good now, everyone. My name is Evan Mann, and I am thrilled to help guide this next conversation at Octant's DeFi Summit. Today, we're diving into one of the oldest and still most persistent puzzles in DeFi. We're talking about fragmented liquidity. From the early days of Ethereum to today's multi-chain world, builders have been chasing a vision of seamless liquidity where users and capital can move freely, efficiently, and securely across ecosystems. And I think we've seen some real progress, but we're not there yet. And the question now is what's been solved, what still breaks, and what's building now next to unify liquidity across chains. So to explore that, like Michelle said, we have an incredible panel. These are leaders building at every layer of this problem: infrastructure, routing, scaling. I'm going to introduce you guys briefly, and then we're going to get right into the conversation. And for those tuning in live, hello. We would love for you to be part of this. So share your thoughts in the comments, tag your favorite moments. Let us know what you think the future of DeFi liquidity should look like. So first up, we've got Sundep Nalwal. He is the founder of Polygon, CEO of Polygon Foundation, building infrastructure for a decentralized internet. He works with our good friend Mark Boyron, CEO at Polygon Labs, to guide the protocol's long-term growth. He started in blockchain with Bitcoin back in 2013, launching Polygon, originally Matic, in 2017 to help scale Ethereum. We can talk about that in a minute. But today, Polygon is a powerhouse of payments, of real-world assets, and actual adoption, with AgLayer as the next frontier. Beyond Polygon, Nalwal co-founded Sentient. He launched Blockchain for Impact, and you can find him on X as at Sundep Nalwal. Andre Duma is the head of DeFi over at LiFi. Andre's been building in blockchain since about 2017, starting with early trading and investing, then moving into multi-chain infrastructure. At LiFi, he's overseeing DeFi product strategy to solve this cross-chain liquidity capital movement problem, integrating swaps, bridging, contract calls in one flow. LiFi claims to aggregate 100 plus liquidity sources, bridges, DEX aggregators, and provides routes that are going to optimize your slippage, your gas, your speed. And you can find him at 0x Cerberus on X. And finally, last but not least, is Arjun Aurora, head of crypto over at LayerZero Labs. Arjun recently joined LayerZero as their head of crypto. And he's doing a lot of different stuff over there across DeFi, stablecoins, working with custodians and exchanges. And according to a little other coverage that I've seen, he's had some really strong foundational work from his previous involvement at Orderly Network, building order book infrastructure, and is really interested in this omni-chain liquidity layer. So I want to start big, guys, from your vantage point. If there's anything I missed in your bios, fill me in. But I really want to know, how far have we come in the last year or two on cross-chain liquidity and capital efficiency? Where are we proud? And where do we still feel stuck? Sundep, since I introduced you first, let's start with you.
Yeah, I mean, where we are today is actually like, we have now, first of all, like the good things. Like I think we have projects like LayerZero OFTs, Wormhole, and Hyperlane, and such projects are there which are building these cross-chain routes, right? And then we have projects like LiFi, which allow users to have one single interface where with the programmatic as well as the front end interface, where they can get their assets across easily. But right now, still a large part of it, we believe, like I personally believe that a large part of this is still solved using the solvers in between who have to put in their capital, because obviously it's a growing environment. So there is asset fragmentation, right? Even though the routes are there, then there will be asset fragmentation, that one USDC on one chain will be another USDC on another chain. Although OFT tries to solve that very heavily, but still it's not there with the large amount of assets also. But then you have USDT 0, USDC, with the Circle, I think it's called CCTP. Stable coin movements across chain is slightly better. So things are much better. But still, like as an average user, you go there and you want to move from one chain to another, you have to face slippages because somebody is doing the kind of the grunt work in between, and they are charging the cost of finance in that. So although the bigger routes are available, like let's say bigger routes like Ethereum to Polygon, Ethereum to Solana, and whatever the bigger avenues, liquidity avenues, I think those routes are fine. But the dream of crypto was that you could have any DApp anywhere, and you don't have to think about the liquidity moving. And at Polygon, we believe that can we see a future, or when will we see a future where, like today, you are on a plane and you land in whichever country you land, and on your mobile phone, whether you buy a local SIM card or your SIM card has roaming, or you go to a Wi-Fi, or you go back to your hotel room and you connect a broadband, you connect to the same internet. It's not like your email IDs are changed and you have to start from the scratch, or move your asset somewhere, or move your credentials somewhere, and all that. You log on to one single internet. But that's not true for blockchains and the assets yet. Although it has come a far long way, but then it's still, there's a lot of work to be done. And AgLayer, for example, at Polygon, we are collaborating, we are building like something with which all the chains should be connected all the time, similar to like OFTs. But in case of OFTs, the chains are relying on the individual settlement of the chains, right? The chain one gets settled, and then only then the deviants will say that, okay, the chain one is settled, okay, now I can allow the asset to exist on the chain two. So there is no control on the settlement, whereas AgLayer is a little bit opinionated on the settlement of these chains, so it can move stuff faster because it is going to control the settlement. But the fact of the matter is, like, how the capitalism works is not every chain is going to hand over its settlement to AgLayer. So then obviously LayerZero, LZ routes becomes, and similarly wormhole routes are also preferable for this. So I think for a long time there will be a balance that will stay, and then eventually stronger tech only solutions will work. Right now we have tech plus market based solutions providing this cross chain interoperability.
Excellent. Arjun, I saw you nodding your head, and since you got the shout out, why don't you go next and tell me, where have we come in the last year or two, and what are the next obstacles we got to get past?
Yeah, I want to echo Sundep's points, right? Like, because it's very clear, like, where we've come to this point in the last 12 to 18 months, and the level of acceleration we have got to this point, but the end state isn't even close, right? But based on acceleration and where we're looking to go, I really do think that we aren't far away from what that like perfect internet may look like, right? Or that perfect plane landing in the city, to use the analogy that Sundep used, right? To give that into context, at least from a LayerZero perspective, total value transferred in the last 30 days via LayerZero messaging has been $27 billion. Over all time, that's been 175 billion. So you can see just in the last 30 days, 27 billion out of that 175, you can see what that acceleration and what that adoption looks like. Okay. And I do agree to Sundep's point regarding, all of these like mesh networks and how they can work together, especially how intents and solvers across different routes are going to really struggle for fragmented liquidity as time goes on. But the interesting piece is how far we've really come. And Sundep kind of mentioned the LayerZero OFT standard. And again, like I truly do believe that is one part of the puzzle towards that end state. So messaging and native issuance means users don't necessarily see a bridge, right? And I'm going to continue to talk about this because I'm trying to think about what the user wants to see in the future, right? Like they press one button, the actions happen completely behind the curtain. There's no slippage. There's minimal fees. There's no claiming on the destination chain. Everything happens in the background for the user, right? In that perfect world end state. And I think messaging and native issuance means like users won't necessarily see a bridge in theory. And I think for OFT tokens where you burn on chain A and mint on chain B, it's the same supply. One user action is a really large step towards, you know, what we're talking about, like seamless liquidity movement across these chains. And, you know, how this is where it is like currently and what it's going to look like in the future, we can see those steps, right? I mentioned sort of the value transfer in the last 30 days, but, you know, stable coins are, you know, talk of the town, if you will. Stable coins built on top of the OFT standard, the likes of USDT Zero, Athena's USDE, PayPal's PYUSD, Ondo's USDY. All of these follow the OFT standard that are built on top of the LayerZero protocol. And I think as we continue to see this moving, we'll continue to see more and more adopting these type of standards, and we're going to continue to seeing that end state where, you know, you press one button and behind the curtain everything happens for you.
Yeah, and that almost seems like a perfect transition to Andre. I know you've been building on the routing layer. We've heard about Zaps, and if you haven't heard about Zaps, look that up in the context of LiFi. This is like bundling multiple steps into a single transaction. And I heard you say on a recent interview that the problem is fragmentation. It's not necessarily a lack of liquidity. So same question to you, but I'd love for you to unpack that and what you mean by that and the implication for like how protocols and everyday users like me should think about it. You know, to what extent is this a UX problem, and are we like close to cracking that nut? Is it solvable?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the question. So I think that for the past 2 years, we kind of moved from bridging assets to generally coordinating liquidity and execution across chains. So 2, 3, 4 years ago, incentives weren't really aligned for the end user because there was so much money out there for new protocols and new bridging and new messaging projects to come up and, you know, try to grab as much land as possible. I think that that's kind of solved right now, and there are a few market leaders like, you know, LayerZero, Wormhole, and liquidity is still somewhat fragmented, but it's not that much about moving tokens right now. It's about moving value and the actual intent. When it comes to the actual liquidity fragmentation, I don't think that's a bug in any way. It's just a byproduct of innovation. So every new chain or, you know, roll up has liquidity, which gets siloed, so that needs to get unified. So for us at LiFi, that's, you know, a very good problem to have out there, because we are connecting via interoperability and via aggregation all that siloed liquidity from one chain to the other. We do believe that, you know, interop is kind of solved right now for the most part, and now it's just connecting and putting all the pieces of puzzles together. And, you know, the next step after, you know, like everything is unpacked, we can just put the puzzle together. Now we need to do or have stronger actions for the end user. So stronger actions are exactly what you mentioned, like Zaps. So it's not enough to just move one token from one chain to the other. The users need more than that. So the users want to have an actual action of a swap, a bridge, and another swap, and also a deposit or a repaying function of their loan. Or, you know, like if you want to take it even further, maybe the users actually want to start with fiat with their card and get onboarded into Morpho or whatever your favorite DeFi protocol is. And we think that LiFi is the solution here, which kind of aggregates all those pieces together and offers a very good experience for the end user.
Okay, I'd like to follow up on that. Can you just really make it clear for users maybe at a lower DeFi level, like the problem here? How does scattered liquidity hurt users, and how does it hurt people who are providing liquidity or the protocols themselves?
Yeah, sure. It hurts users and is a pain for the user because, and I can speak from my own experience here. There was a huge blockchain that was launched, I think 4 years ago. I won't name it, but, you know, like everyone was on board. You know, like big support from the Ethereum Foundation. I remember putting some money there just to whatever, you know, farm and, you know, explore. I remembered about that blockchain 3 years later. There was actually no bridge, or there was no way for me to get that money out. So now, fast forward to today, there are intent-based bridges which LiFi aggregates, and I was able to, basically unlock the amount of capital that I had on that said blockchain. So liquidity getting fragmented is only a hurdle for the end user because they don't know, okay, how can I move my money from chain A to chain B? And then you have also the problem of, okay, like I'm ending up on chain B, but I also want to do some actions like, I maybe want to borrow money on Aave. Like, why do I have to do like 7 clicks and also review every single transaction when I could do it in one zap?
Okay, but when you unify, like, you are also, especially if you're going across protocols, you're increasing the surface area for risk, or at least the complexity, maybe taking additional trust assumptions, right? There's complexity of governance, token standards. So like, how do you guys think about that too? Am I right in saying that when we increase this complexity, we also increase surface area for risk?
You're absolutely right. We've tried to put a lot of research and education for our users into the types of bridging standards and protocols that they use via LiFi. But in the end of the day, we realize that like that's obviously very important, but it's more about catering a very good experience to the end user. The end user won't read a 10,000 word article that our research team is putting together. They will most likely just pick and choose the fastest and the cheapest bridge out there.
Arjun, I actually want to ask you the next question to follow up. So like, thinking now from the users to like protocols, you all work with a lot of different protocols to make this vision happen, but we have a lot of founders and builders watching today or in the future. And if you're in the future, hello, we hope your candles are green. From that perspective, wearing a lot of hats, if you were advising a new DeFi protocol being built today, what kind of things would you be really insistent that they architect differently to avoid being part of the fragmentation problem? What would you advise them to think about?
Yeah, I think it's a very, very clear piece, right? And at the end of the day, there's two sides to liquidity fragmentation, right? The flip side to that is capital efficiency and access to users, right? Every protocol that's trying to move forward is looking to have as much access to users, as much access to capital efficiency, as many stakeholders that have access to their protocol and their token and or what they're doing on that protocol. And I think capital efficiency, especially in this world right now, is as important as ever. It's the biggest tactical advantage for a DeFi protocol. If liquidity is stranded on 10 different chains, depending on who the stakeholder is, slippage becomes higher, inventories become bloated. Protocols need to think omni-chain, as one pool, not 10 disconnected ones in that example. And again, trying not to be biased, I'm using my own experience here, right? Like, I spent, prior to joining LayerZero, I spent 4 years as one of the founding team members and COO at Orderly. And our job at Orderly was focusing on the biggest issue, which was fragmented liquidity. Our job was a liquidity and infrastructure layer for perpetual futures to enable people to trade from anywhere, any chain of their choice, right, with any asset of their choice. And we built probably 6 months in, so we're talking 3.5 years ago, we built with the LayerZero standard to ensure that we could have cross-chain messaging from 17 plus different chains at once. So again, to that ethos, come from the chain of your choice to trade the asset of your choice. And everything was settled on an orderly chain at that point. So to answer your question, what advice would I give, seeing both sides of the coin as the DeFi protocol itself and the infrastructure provider, I would be thinking omni-chain from day one. And I think building around the OFT standard is critical, and we see that with the use cases that we have today at LayerZero and the type of protocols that we have today already. I think keeping one single canonical supply across all chains, killing any like wrapped asset spread, removing any like bridge bloat, lowering slippage, increasing inventory for market makers across any chain. If I was a DeFi protocol, I then appease many different parties, myself, my users, and the stakeholders in the ecosystem that want to interact with my protocol as well.
Beautifully said. Sundep, you made some waves recently on X when you made a statement in defense of a friend, speaking up about some of the fragmentation you see across the Ethereum ecosystem. And specifically, you talked about this problem that, like you said, when Polymarket wins big, it's Ethereum. Polygon is not Ethereum, and it really blows your mind. But you said that the Ethereum community, and I'm extrapolating to say like maybe the crypto community, because we have a lot of tribalism here. You know, my chain is best. You said they need to take a hard look at themselves. I'm hearing all of you talk a lot about interoperability, but like the fact remains that we are not just fragmented in liquidity, we're also kind of fragmented, it seems, sometimes in our vision. And so I'm curious how we're going to build that bridge. Do you see these solutions working together? Do you think it has to be led by one very strong chain? Do you think that there will be this multi-chain, multi-purpose, multi-chain future? I wanted to give you a chance to speak to that because I know a lot of people reacted to it. Your thoughts on it? Oh, Sundep, you're muted. Sorry, start again.
Oh, I'm really sorry. Yeah. So I'm saying that, this is a multi-dimensional, question or, situation that, one is the tribalism part and all that. But I think the crypto Twitter CT people give too much attention or too much importance to ourselves. Like, this 500K odd or maybe million odd crypto Twitter people. And then, if you go to Binance and look at like what's the total number of registered users on their homepage, I think it's, if I even open now, it's like, few hundreds of millions, right? And, when I go to India, for example, I see people who have no idea about like what Polygon is or whatever, but they are like, participants of the markets. So there is, obviously, three categories of these users, like obviously speculators, but then more informed speculators on crypto Twitter, and then the actual users. I think for actual users, when you actually have $100,000 in USDT and you want to convert it into ETH, I don't think you will have any tribalism in your mind. You will go on to probably LiFi and then, try to find the best route for yourself, to wherever you want to take that money to, right? And by the way, like, for the sake of this panel, like I think LayerZero, LiFi, and Agora right now, I think for the intent platforms, I think these three define the cross-chain world, overall, like whatever happens. So they're doing really good. Big shout out to all three teams. But what I'm saying is that, users don't care about this tribalism. And so that angle is another. Then there is Ethereum community, and there is Ethereum community tribalism, multiple L2s because it became too big, and then the L2s basically have this. But what I wanted to talk about that time is that one of the things that Ethereum community has done a disservice to itself, especially in the hindsight, it looks disservice, is setting the narrative of L1s and L2s very, very badly, right? So L2s inherently, tells you that for the market speculators or somebody who's trying to price a network, L2 naturally think of L2 as a subservient network or a second-grade citizen in some L1 world, right? And that's why, like everyone, even though the L2 construction is the fair construction, I think I am a big believer of. It's not like Polygon is an L2 because like I have fiduciary duties also, right? Like towards Polygon's community and all that. But I definitely fundamentally believe that the L2 construction, where there is one single hugely decentralized layer, but that layer outsources the trust. You have mathematical smart contract mechanisms to piggyback on that trust. So because that trust comes with a cost, like Ethereum at 500B, even with that 2 or 3% inflation, it mints around 10 to like $5 to $15 billion in that for to paying for that security, right? And that security, like it's a waste of finance somewhere, right? So you could have execution on an L2 and then just piggyback on the trust on that. So I said that this positioning is bad. Instead, it should be execution layer versus settlement layer. And that way, Ethereum's execution layers, which is Polygon, Base, Arbitrum, and all that, we directly compete with L1 execution layers like Solana, Sui, and Aptos. And the L1s basically are priced like 10 to 20 times, 30 times. Like I was giving an example that, like today, Arbitrum, Polygon, and Optimism, ZK Sync, Starknet combined, I'm saying, are less valued than Hedera hash graph. Can you imagine that? And Hedera hash graph, like if you combine in terms of the liquidity, it will be like probably 5 or 6 orders of magnitude higher liquidity, 5 or 6 orders of magnitude higher users and everything, right? But then the pricing is insane because of this bad narrative, and that's what I wanted to speak about. And I think like the interop, because Ethereum being the biggest multi-chain ecosystem, I think interop will coalesce more and more around Ethereum as Ethereum comes up with more standards and all that. Probably they will become standards, but I think to just because I think we are already above time here, that I initially feel that there will be multiple multi-chain interoperability protocols. And then there will be aggregators like LiFi, which aggregate all of these multi-chain protocols and all that, and provide one single interface to the users. And then over time, over a very, very long time, because these are liquidity profiles, they don't move that fast, that this thing, over very long time, you will have kind of like the purely tech and smart contract defined interoperability standards without relying on any third party security zones in between.
Arjun, you were nodding your head. Did you have a response to that?
No, I actually couldn't have said it better, right? And it, as Sundep was talking about it, I was reminiscing about a very old tweet that Hasib from Dragonfly spoke about when, and I'm sure we'll all remember it as well, where Hasib was talking about this, L1 and L2 competitive landscape. And actually, competitive landscape is a loose term, if you will. And all of these different chains, whether they are L1s, L2s, future L3s, should be considered as cities or countries, right? And they all have their different use case, their own security assumptions. But cities all interact with each other with specific highways or transport links, and specific like assumptions or execution environments. And Sundep's kind of version of it kind of was just making me reminisce, and this feels like a more future version, a more elevated, current state of where we are as Hasib's thought process or thesis has evolved over time.
Yeah, I actually used to use that analogy to explain blockchain to people, different networks. And then when I encountered Hasib's very thorough unpacking of it, I was like, oh, this guy took that thought and took it to a touchdown. So Hasib, shout out. We appreciate your work and thank you for it. We actually have just a few more minutes. So I'd love to get your take, just rapid fire on sort of a final looking to the future question. And you can either tell me what keeps you up at night as you try to solve these problems, your big fears, a bold prediction that you have, or for the audience, how they should think about all these competitive protocols, measuring success if they're looking to get hired somewhere, or looking to build something, or looking to back something as a speculator, and then tell us where people can find you. We'll go back to you, Arjun, first. So give me what keeps you up at night, a prediction for the future, or what does success look like, and then where people can get in touch.
So what keeps me up at night outside of Telegram notifications?
Yeah.
Honestly, I've been in this space since 2015. The same things keep me up at night. Where are we innovating? What are we doing? The excitement for tomorrow. Continually doing things like this, where I get to listen to other perspectives, learn from them, and I'll go away from today and I have a bunch of different ideas, and I'll wake up in the middle of the night and think about something that both participants have said, and that's going to continue to add to my thought process, my thesis as I move forward. And predictions for the future and what's going to happen, I'll probably keep it a little bit closer to what we have spoken about today. I think things that are going to be emerging, things that I've always talked about is UX and UI onboarding for general retail users is going to continue to accelerate at a rapid pace. And again, I think interop and cross-chain capital deployment are going to become more and more efficient over time. I think we're seeing massive innovations and efficiencies in that place, but that is going to be, that is going to be a huge drive over the next coming years, especially as we see more institutional adoption.
And then what is the best place for people to find you or to find LayerZero?
You can find me on X. It is 0x_Arjun, ARJUN, and LayerZero Labs on Twitter as well.
Okay, beautiful. Sundep, you next. What does success look like? Do you have a bold prediction for the future?
I think you missed the what keeps me up at night.
I did. You feel free to answer that too.
Yeah, I think that what keeps me up at night is seeing the Web2 transition, like the companies which laid the undersea optical fiber lines and whatever built the telecom towers and all that. Eventually, they become commoditized, and then the consumer companies are basically are in the limelight. And I thought that for the infrastructure, we have right now, you talked about the tribalism on the chains, but I think over time, except unless you are a meme coin, I consider Bitcoin as the biggest meme coin, and a meme coin as in meme, that means the value is coming from the mind of the people, right? And it is the OG of the OG, and before that, gold is the even bigger meme coin, right? But but the infrastructure generally goes into the background, and then more shiny things become more popular. So for me at Polygon Foundation or for Polygon Labs is to how to make sure that we as infrastructure don't go completely into the background. Like Polymarket is an example. They have huge number of users and all that, but still few people will know that this is fully end-to-end built on Polygon blockchain and all that. And I actually feel for users the blockchain should be also completely kind of abstracted away from their user experience. They should not care about which blockchain they are, like the same way you are right now. You're not worried about which optical fiber line from which route is taking your data or stream to the internet. But having said that, how do you kind of still make sure or try to find some consumer touch points where, for example, ETH is also similar to that. Solana has also become, because of the Sol coin, that is the consumer touch point. Sol is the consumer touch point. If you see the Tether USDT itself, like USDT is itself is a big touch point for their end users. Like many times you see the people who don't even understand crypto, but they would be okay to accept USDT. They'll say, yeah, here is my TRC20, which is a Tron address, and you can send me USDT. So that's the end consumer touch point. So just always thinking about how can you have the end consumer touch point. So that's one second. What was the second? Sorry.
I'm so sorry. I have to cut you off because we need a final thought from Andre. Just tell us where, if people love your thought work, they can get in touch to ask you a follow-up question themselves. What's the best? Sundep, what's the best way to get in touch with you?
Oh, for me, I am on Telegram, Twitter @Sundep Nalwal. My full name, and you can
Excellent.
find me.
Thank you. And Andre, final thought to you. Give us what keeps you up at night, or what success looks like, prediction for the future, and where people can find you.
Yeah, sure. I think that success, especially for this industry and for LiFi, and I strongly think that we are participating in this, is that in the future, people will not use multi-chain and cross-chain as words. They will just say, I swapped. So wallets and apps will route liquidity behind the scene, and users will just say they swap. Even if, it involves like 5 chains and, multiple different intents and a zap at the end. So I think that that's my bold prediction here. It's more like wishful thinking, I'd say, than a prediction, because this goes for like many years now that, the future is multi-chain, the future is cross-chain. But I do like to think that everything goes towards, just swapping in and out of chains and assets.
And what's the best way, Andre, to find you if people want to get in touch and hear more of your ideas?
Of course, people can find me on Telegram or on Twitter. Just drop me my DMs are open on Twitter, and I'm always on the lookout for good conversation and new partners to speak to.
And you can find me at rumshq.com. Get all the socials there. But on behalf of all the panelists and Octant, thank you very much for your time, your attention, your most valuable asset. Mishal?
Thank you so much. And thank you, Arjun. Thank you, Sandeep. And thank you, Andre and Evan, for this great conversation. And Sandeep, on behalf of, I'm in the Polygon ecosystem. I am in the Ethereum ecosystem. I do want to say thank you for all your contributions and Polygon's contributions to the Ethereum ecosystem, right? I think no one can deny them. I think we're celebrating them. And I love seeing the positive encouragement from the Polygon ecosystem, even giving flowers to Solana's ecosystem, honestly, on Twitter. So I love seeing this positivity and positive sum thinking. I think it's one that absolutely is part of Ethereum's values too. And I think at the end of the day, if we're all on chain, we are probably living a better world, because there's so much more to do in terms of challenges and everything else that we still have to do. But again, thank you guys so much for all of your work and contributions and for being part of this panel. It's been so insightful. Evan, that was a spicy topic. When you asked that question, I was like, oh shit, what are we going to hear?
Sandeep, we didn't get a chance to talk before, but thank you for being gracious, and all of you for being classy and generous with your intellect. This is a really wonderful conversation.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marshall. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Amazing. So now we are going to be introducing our next panel, and we're going to be talking about, as I call it, the money panel. We're talking all things digital asset treasuries. For this panel, we've got joining us Azim, who's a co-founder of Maiden. We've got Smokey, who is the founder of Verachain, Keen, who is the head of institutional relations at Lido, and the incredible Naruto, who's going to be moderating this session, and he's a senior DevRel at Avail. Naruto, take it away.
Hello. I hope you guys can hear me. Hey guys, Azim, Smokey, Keen. Nice to have you here. I hope we have a good panel. I have some questions for you guys, and we'll start with a small introduction. But I have these questions where I want to understand what DATs are, what is a bull case, what is a bear case, how does the whole or everything works, and anything in between, right? So yeah, just to introduce myself, I go with Naruto and Crypto. Been here for a while, working at Avail as a DevRel. Azim, over to you.
I am one of the co-founders of Maiden, a new ZK blockchain that's in testnet right now.
Smokey, I want to hear you.
Yeah, sure thing. Smokey over here, co-founder, CEO of Verachain. Verachain is L1 powered by something called proof of liquidity, which basically means that the chain is investing its block rewards in the success of the application layer, as opposed to overpaying for security.
And Keen, please go for it.
Super. Hi everyone, my name's Keen. I've been in crypto for 9 years. Started my career in Deloitte, then I was in Consensus for around 5.5 years, mainly working on MetaMask Institutional and Fura staking and a couple of other products. And now currently I'm at Lido, where I'm head of institutional relations and I lead Lido Institutional. So really my mandate as a team is to help kind of grow adoption of stETH among institutional clients. So crypto funds, asset managers, hedge funds, really anyone who has a significant amount of ETH. And we encourage them to stake it with Lido for the added benefits of liquidity and capital efficiency.
I love all the experience here. I think I will be the one, learning a lot from you guys today. But I do generally want to open, with a very basic definition. And then we'll get into deeper questions as well. But I've seen so many things going on for Lido. I've seen Verachain stat coming out. I've seen Azim doing a lot of good work with Maiden and other projects as well. So I want to understand, and it can be framed in your own words, but I want to understand what a digital asset treasury is. And then this is because a lot of people that I shared link today to, they don't know what that is, or they might want to get into it, or they want to understand why this works. So just very small introduction in your own words. What do you think about that? How do they work out? How do you guys bring institutions through those, and why these are needed? So multiple questions, but basic definitions. Smokey, you want to take up this one?
Yeah, sure, happy to. What are DATs? DATs are digital asset treasuries. We've had DATs in multiple forms in the public equities markets for quite some time. everything like MicroStrategy, which has been around for, over a decade now, and for quite some time, and that I think is probably the most known and has its own, set of other credit-backed instruments, etc., built around it, and is, by far the best known DAT around Bitcoin. On the other hand, you have, all these DATs that have come up a little bit more recently for everything from Ethereum to altcoins to Trump coin and God knows what else in the middle, including Berachain, right? What a DAT is, it's not terribly different from a crypto ETF, except the flows are primarily in one direction, and I think its purpose is a little bit different. I think the biggest thing to think about for a DAT is that it's a means for the public markets, for institutional investors, for people with simple brokerage accounts, true retail, if you will, to get exposure to cryptocurrencies. And I think that is sort of where the narrative started with. There's even been DATs, as early as I want to say around not too long after MicroStrategy. There was even one called Ether Capital trading on the Toronto Stock Exchange, where a bunch of stuff kind of started, and a little bit of the Berachain story spun out of as well. That was trading as low as 70% under their net asset value at one point in time. So TLDR is that we've seen these take a lot of different approaches over time. We've also seen them evolve a little more recently. DATs are crypto in a box. I don't think there's much more to say about it, but a lot of it comes down to what one can do in that box that makes a DAT more interesting than its contents alone. When we think about something like ETH or even Solana or Berachain to that point, one can think about how a DAT's value, or effectively what they refer to as its MNAV, or effectively the multiple on the net asset value, can be greater than the value of the assets that are in that. So why should $100 million of crypto be valued as being worth more than $100 million on the open markets? And a lot of that comes down to what one can actually do with that capital and how it's deployed. For more recent vehicles to the tune of like ETHZilla, or some of the stuff like the Soul Sharps treasury vehicle, or in the case of Berachain, these tokens have a means of being put to work effectively, right? As in, unlike most forms of Bitcoin, they do not actually they have a yield. So what one can do with that is actually deploy those those assets across different parts of DeFi, across staking mechanisms, whatever that might be that's present on a blockchain. And of course, I'm sure Keen and the guys at Lido are quite familiar with what that could look like, to actually generate future-facing cash flows and revenues for these vehicles in the public markets, which can actually be quite interesting. The way that the DATs get particularly interesting from a token point of view is that in the way that in a similar way to how MicroStrategy works, right? By trading at a premium to the net asset value, as in by the actual public markets vehicle trading at a greater value than the amount of cryptocurrency that's held within it, the DAT is able to do what's called an at-the-market offering, and effectively offer more shares to the public, and or have a PIPE, effectively a private investment into public equity that effectively issues more shares and allows that DAT to go and purchase more tokens from that given coin. So it actually ends up being a form of very levered exposure to a given asset. There's a whole bunch more that we can get into there when it comes to, I'd say, the financial engineering around DATs, around how one can build options that actually allow for more sophisticated hedging strategies, how people can use DATs that are trading at different premiums or discounts as part of larger pair trades or more structured products. But I hope that starts as a bit of a high level. It's crypto in a box. It's ideally being put to work, and that you want to trade at a premium so that you can issue more shares, use those to buy more tokens, rinse and repeat.
Okay, I think that sums up pretty well. I just want to ask Azim and Keen before I put on a follow-up question, because how Smokey explained, this is really very simplified, and it has now I have a lot more questions for you guys. But I want to ask Keen and Azim, is there any different pattern that you look or you have a better, not better, but like a different definition or a different viewpoint on these DATs, or we can kind of like form a consensus here?
I think pretty consensus. Like, I look at them sort of as like almost like a new way for org, like to be able to have a corporate treasury, but instead of only holding cash and bonds, like it has crypto assets, and like they can be actively managed to generate yield, support an ecosystem, diversify risk. Like they can hold tokens and stable coins, deploy capital, fund operations. And so I think that everything Smokey said, honestly, like really explained it quite well.
Yeah, 100% agreed. Yeah, absolutely.
look, again, keeping things pretty simple, like not to kind of reiterate the point over and over again, but like for me, DATCOs kind of sit in between like traditional corporate treasuries and DeFi. So obviously from the DeFi perspective, it's on chain, it's transparent, but the DATCO element kind of brings a new twist in the sense of it's being off chain, traditional kind of finance management is in play. So like if you look at the guys at SharpLink, Joseph Shalom coming from BlackRock at 20 years, I think that's kind of the big element that's at play as well. So the traditional management piece with digital assets.
So this is correct to say that it's a corporate balance sheet allocation, right? Yeah.
I think one thing I'd add really quickly, Naruto, sorry to interrupt, was just another thing that I think like makes stats particularly interesting from certain perspectives, just to like go home on the institutional point, right? Is that right now, a lot of folks, you know, when they're looking at holding or custodying crypto, when we look at that at the institutional level, that isn't exactly the easiest experience. As in, you know, if you're just a large fund, you can't just be like, man, I'm gonna go buy a bunch of like Aether today or whatever it is, or I'm gonna go buy a bunch of Pump, right? In many cases, there's a pretty long, drawn out process involving custody, involving working with a BitGo, a Fireblocks, whatever it is at the fund level. So the other thing that I think really is interesting and something that a friend, you know, shared with me as he was launching his DAT is that, you know, they think about it as a different means of like an exchange listing, right? As in like in the same way that some people think about, you know, your Binances and your Upbits of the world. One can very much look at this as a means of like having a different flow of capital and a different group of people able to access a given token or a form of exposure to a given token. Especially if it's just something that they cannot hold on their balance sheet naked in most manners, which I'd say is most pertinent for a number of alts or things that are not Bitcoin. Sometimes, you know, Bitcoin and ETH fall into that category. But it's actually just a spicy new exchange listing, which is a kind of cool way of looking at it too. And that again gets quite interesting when you think about the yield bearing assets, because if a company can barely hold crypto on its balance sheet, they definitely aren't deploying it across a whole bunch of different venues as well. So it ends up being a means for them to get exposure that they just could not have otherwise, quite literally. So I figured I would also try to make that point a little bit more explicit because I think it often goes overlooked how hard it is sometimes to buy crypto if you're not an individual user.
Yeah, I see. So I have this follow-up question for all of you here. And this is because look, the way I understand it, it's a new primitive, understandable, you know, MicroStrategy is already there. A new DATs are launching pretty much, you know, not every day, but like every month, let's say. And these matter a lot for institutions because institutions can come in and then have some kind of stake where traditionally they could not have it because of their large sum of deployment of money or finances, right? So now my one question is, how does retail work here? Like, for example, if I were, you know, like just a normal person, a college student or a professional working in tech or anywhere else, if he really wanted to buy any kind of crypto, he would just generally go on Coinbase, get that coin, or go on a DEX, right? But now that we have DATs, do you think like there will be more influx from the retail to these DATs, or would they still want to own the hard assets of, you know, any kind of crypto there is? Like, for example, I'm still holding, and you know, like Smokey, I'm a big fan of you. I'm still holding my Bira airdrop from the day one. So do you think like retail people like me or anyone else would be more interested in holding the token itself, or would they want to be, you know, holding the shares or like the equity for that DAT?
I'll jump in real quick. I think, you know, with the ETFs, we sort of saw that start where like, you know, a Bitcoin ETF or ETP is just basically paying BlackRock or someone else to buy Bitcoin on your behalf. But I think what's interesting about DATs is sort of, you're not just buying the token and the token price, but there's sort of like an underlying economic engine because instead of being a retail investor buying on Coinbase, you're like, there's building and managing of a pool of assets that's going on, like providing liquidity, yield strategies, collateral for real world assets. And so you're investing in something that's being stewarded a little bit more because they're not just buying and holding the asset in that way. So I think it works a little bit differently there. Smokey, what would you say, Joaquin?
Yeah, I think from my perspective, it really depends on who the retail user is. So if they're quite advanced and they're knowledgeable, like sure, it's quite easy to set up a MetaMask wallet and buy on chain and then maybe stake. Whereas maybe a lot of people who would buy the DACOs or the ETFs, they may not be as advanced. And for them, their exposure to crypto is going to their brokerage and looking at Ether as a product. Or again, potentially buying like a SharpLink or a BitMine. So for me, it really depends on who the institution is or who the retail user is. Because ultimately, if you're buying an ETF, you're taking away a lot of that complexity. So you don't have to manage keys, manage staking providers, manage custodians. And it's just as simple as that going through your brokerage.
Yeah, I think I'd echo Keen's words here, in that it's very different populations, and like, even the most retail of someone on CT is, I think, quite advanced compared to the majority of real people who are out and about in the world. Like, and when you just consider how many people have a Coinbase account or a Binance account, it's just, what I think it was Binance's, I can't remember whether it's 200 or 400 million users, and I imagine Coinbase can't be, too far off on that. That leaves a meaningful portion of the world untouched. Whereas I do think that the vast majority of people do have, brokerage accounts of some sort, and, are able to actually access things. And it ends up being that much more reachable for them if they see someone who's perhaps a known face in the way that Tom Lee kind of was, talking about something on retail channels, on your Squawk boxes, etc. of the world. And B, also ends up being something where they can get passive exposure, without actually having to think about it as much. Which is to say, like, in many countries, even, or in general, right? Like, I know in Canada that if I tried to on-ramp or tried to use like my credit card to purchase crypto, it was blocked by my bank in many cases. So but you can't exactly get blocked from your brokerage account for buying a random stock, right? So I do think that there's a lot to be said about the increased accessibility there. And I think that it's just catering to very, very different audiences that we probably don't actually think about that much.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Of course, I've heard about Canada. I've seen what talking about it. Smokey, yeah, you're talking about it. So of course, like there are different regulations in different countries, and that kind of creates a problem. Very interesting conversation here because now it makes a lot more sense for me. If my dad wants to buy some kind of or like have an exposure for crypto, even if he doesn't understand what Ethereum is, maybe he can just go on his brokerage account and buy that. So that definitely sets a little bit of tone on like why these are needed. I want to move on to a little bit more on like new teams or any kind of considerations. For example, like let's talk about Biden. Azim, like what are like these considerations in some of these teams where you guys like hold off launching one? And this is for like Smoke and Keen as well. Like what are these risk trade-offs that you think about when you're trying to have a debt? For example, let's say a project's mission, community incentives, any kind of long-term sustainability. So those like a lot of questions, but like what do you think about like the projects that have not yet launched that, and what are like some trade-offs or risks when you guys try to think about that in that direction? Azim, you want to go first?
Yeah, I'll go first. I think it's cool on this panel that we have people on like each side of this. I had strongly considered doing a DAT and had spoken with one of Smokey's co-founders at length about how I was considering doing one pre-TGE because I thought there was a lot of potentially interesting things that we could do if we had capital available to fight shorts that would come out or potentially do some sort of M&A or something like that. And everything that I looked at sort of indicated that there was too many unknown unknowns, and that with BTC and ETH doing them, and then like sort of hype did it, and the MNAVs not really working out well, that I just thought it would put us in a difficult position from a narrative perspective, and even just from getting institutional investors to really buy in, because I know Zero G did it, and I know there was a lot of commotion around how they went about doing it. But if there's no price that's been established in the market, and then you go out and you raise, 8 or 9 figure round that is supposed to in some way do price discovery when none of that price discovery has been done on the market yet. For us, it was just one of those things where I said, I would love for us to be able to do one, but at the moment there was too many ways for it to go wrong. And even if it didn't go wrong, I think that being able to sell it to investors was something that I think was going to detract from our ability to just successfully get to mainnet and TGE. And so we ultimately ended up deciding against it, though I do think looking forward, we'll absolutely explore one post TG. I think having one of these is going to not necessarily be standard in coming years, but I do think that the better projects will find ways to be able to have them, and like to see like, you know, Smokey and them be able to have one made total sense to me when I saw it announced.
Yeah, I think that oh, sorry, go ahead, Naruto. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, no, that's completely fine. We both have like and picture, so you don't know if who's talking. But I wanted to ask, and this relates to more, you know, Smokey and Keen as well. Like, do you think how Azim portrayed it, DATs are more suitable for mature ecosystems, or you know, like new projects can come in, like, you know, Zero G is there, and then they came in, then there was like a lot of commotion about it. But Chain is like matured. They have an L1. Same goes for Lido as well. So like, what do you think in that perspective as well? Like, you know, like just add your thoughts to previous question and this.
Yeah, look, I think that pre-TGE DATs are pretty wacky. I think that we haven't seen much success in that category to date, to be quite honest. And it's exactly that, right? There isn't a very good way of pricing. You can try to price off pre-markets, you can try to price off the last round, but none of them really represent the market in terms of how one acts and then, you know, how something is actually priced. So I think that really is like probably the crux of it when it comes to pre/post. I don't think a DAT is necessarily, you know, needed for every token. I do think it's a nice to have in many cases, and it almost depends on what degree of institutional lean the token has in the first place. Because I really do think of a DAT, if used effectively, as closer to a capital markets arm of like, you know, an ecosystem or a foundation in a sense, in that it is, you know, publicly traded, NASDAQ listed company, NYSE, whatever it might be, that is in the business of helping to accrue value to that token as well, right? So I do think that there's a lot more leeway that can exist from like the structuring / engineering partnership, whatever it is side, that is not purely available within the foundation / labs type models. And I do believe that there's definitely some upside there. I think that the other side is that it doesn't like, so I don't think it has to be mature, but I do think it should be post-launch. The other reason, just sort of going back to your original question, Naruto, is like in many cases, it's not that easy for people to pull off DATs right now. As in there was a point at which, you know, was sort of, you know, peak hype. And even for us, we were originally looking at a higher offering or like a larger size. And then the whole market blew up on 1010. We heard of a number of our colleagues that are working on DATs basically going, you know, pencils down and saying, hey, look, like we just don't think this is going to get across the line, and we're not going to try to drag it across the line in this middling manner. But the fact is, I don't think a lot of folks have been able to, what's the right word? I don't think a lot of folks have been able to effectively go from playing in the crypto markets to playing in the public markets, because I really do think it takes a very different skill set, and you're catering to a very different audience that thinks very differently from like the schizos that we are attuned to on a daily basis over here. And you're thinking about retail micro cap / mid cap investors, which are like pretty far off from it. So I think that one of the other things really is like a company's proximity to or ability to assemble a team that actually understands how to navigate the public markets. For us, we were pretty lucky that we you know, had a number of folks who were pretty close to the firm who spent quite a bit of time over there. So for example, the chairman of the board for Berachain's DAT called Green Lane is a dude named Bruce Linton, who previously basically built the cannabis industry and you know, took a company called Canopy Growth to a $20 billion market cap. And it ended up being a very interesting set of, you know, constructive overlaps there, because another one of the board directors has built and sold a large company in the cannabis space, which he actually sold to Bruce. And Bruce, the chairman of the board, had actually looked at acquiring the company, Green Lane, that ended up becoming the operating company for the Berachain DAT. So it was one of those things where you actually ended up having a lot of confluence of like the ideal factors that made it a good company for a Berachain DAT, and a group of people around it who actually know how to accrue value to a public markets vehicle, right? So I think that that's also something that goes undersaid, because like drop shipping a bunch of random crypto people to market a public equity does not work that well. And I think we've seen that in the case of like some of the other DATs that have very, very crypto heavy boards, but like no bid either, right? So I think the whole sector still needs a lot of work and still needs a lot of maturity, including our vehicle, among many others. But I think that a lot of it's actually figuring out who you're marketing to and how you can actually, fit well for that.
Makes sense. Everything comes down to how you wanna put a DAT together, and then who you wanna, involve in the process and what the audience would look like. Keen, what are your thoughts? Because I really love what Lido has been doing. Very interesting work. I read about it yesterday. So what are your thoughts here? How do you think Lido kind of, tackles all these issues and looking at like the mature ecosystem that Lido has? What do you think about that?
Yeah, it's obviously a really interesting time, obviously, like with the big Ethereum DATCos. I think obviously, I think a big birth for these DATCos was to solve a problem, because at the time ETFs didn't have staking, whereas these DATCos could effectively offer a staking strategy through traditional brokerages. Obviously now things are starting to pivot, and there seems to be we're approaching at least consensus where staking will hopefully get approved and it will be added to ETFs, which will obviously make them more efficient. And I think it will be interesting to see what happens. Like, will a lot of the capital stay with DATCos? Will it potentially flow to ETFs? Because ultimately, I think if you just take BlackRock as an example, Ether, their ETF, if that gets staking added, will that cannibalize what's happened or what has happened with the DATCos? So like, will the narrative change? And I think for me, for these DATCos to stay competitive, they obviously need to be able to generate higher returns. So they need to have a more aggressive staking strategy or a DeFi strategy that generates those higher returns. From my perspective with Lido, we obviously speak to quite a lot of these DATCos and ETF staking companies. So like you mentioned, the big selling point is with Benet. So Benet filed their S1 filing for an Ethereum or Lido staked ETH ETF. And the whole selling point there is liquidity, being able to offer 100% stake product. So again, from a DATCO perspective, when we speak to them, we're able to effectively say, look, you can stake more ETH, you can use stETH as collateral, deploy it into DeFi, generate higher returns. And again, to kind of maybe close the topic, I think that's where the DATCos need to kind of operate. They need to be more competitive from a yield generating perspective compared to, say, staked ETH ETFs.
Interesting. Okay. So now, I think we have good 13 minutes or so, I think. And we're also running late. So I have only two questions. One is going to be really spicy, and one is going to be like, I want to understand what's the structure or the framework for that. So the first question, which is a very normal one, is can you tell me if there is a mature framework for launching a DAT or not? I was talking to a few friends, and this is a personal experience, I was talking to friends who were also involved. Maybe they're not as involved as you guys, but they said that a lot of these DATs coming out, some of them at least, they do not have a good framework, or they might go bust, or not bust, but just like not have a good returns. What do you think about that? Like, there are like a lot of companies that are like just haphazardly going on and like launching because for the sake of launching, or maybe they're not thought it through. So I want to know your thoughts, Keen. First, please go for it, and then
Sure.
Azim and Smokey. I want to know the framework, and if it's good or bad, what does a mature framework look like to you?
Yeah, like from my perspective, like I again, it's obviously ultimate decision is with the DAO. If like Lido was to ever do a DATCO, like I think, again, personally speaking, like that's not really a strategy that makes sense for us. I think the strategy for Lido should be getting stETH used in these DATCOs. So again, making them more efficient, liquidity, using stETH as collateral, that's a much easier selling point. But like I said, the DAO will ultimately decide if we decide to go down a DATCO route. For me, I think a lot of the DATCOs, like there's going to be a handful of winners, to be honest. You might have 4 or 5 that will probably consume the market. Like potentially you could kind of see it like the ICO summer or the ICO boom, where everyone and their mother will try and do a DATCO. But it's obviously quite different compared to, say, ICOs of the past. When you do a DATCO and you're a public company, there's a significant amount of regulatory lift and financial costs associated with it. So I don't think we'll get to that same level of kind of potential explosion from DATCOs, because again, they're heavily regulated and they're public companies. But it does feel like everyone and their mother is trying to launch a DATCO because they feel the opportunity is right. But to my earlier point, I really think there could be some issues or greater opportunity once staking gets added to ETFs, because again, they're just so cheap and easy to invest in. The DACOs are going to have to build a narrative. Like I said, will it be based on the management team being so good at what they do, generating higher returns, or will it be them deploying capital into DeFi? So it'll be really interesting to see what happens over the next 3 months, what that narrative shapes out to be.
Okay, understandable. Azim, what do you think about this? Because Lido is very mature and they're very much targeted towards, let's say, staking needs and similar operations. What are your thoughts?
I think most of them are going to blow up. I think Keen said it very nicely that there's going to be a few winners, but I think there was a huge frenzy. Greed always wins, and everyone went to figure out how to launch one. And it's why I was so hesitant as we were going about it. And we spoke to a lot of amazing folks who, some of which were like, yeah, we can push this forward if you want to. But I just didn't want to be one of the ones that felt like we were more in a position to blow up. And so for us, it was a decision to go against it. I think most of them will blow up. And the opinion that I sort of generated after having enough conversations, because I've been deciding between do we do a SPAC or do we do a DAT, is I don't think it's been done to date, but I'm really curious to see sort of a de-SPAC to sort of happen in the future, where the main differentiator in the simplest of terms to me for a SPAC would be hey, I'm raising $200 million to do stuff in space, and we have this great team that's good at doing stuff in space. Give us money. Here's our sort of thesis. Here's our team. Let's get some large capital inflows, and we'll invest that. And then the DAT works a little differently, as we've been discussing. And so I'm waiting to see sort of the evolution of DATs over the next year. I'm hoping that we'll be able to see something along the lines of this sort of de-SPAC idea. But in the meantime, I think we're going to see most of them really blow up, and then probably 3 to 5 of them be successful and sort of carry over. But I do agree with Keen that once ETFs are able to start do staking, and if there's just not enough retail or institutional flows, how that moves the capital around from where the DATs are now.
Very, very interesting. Actually, I kind of resonate some of your thoughts. Smokey, do you want to take this one real quick?
Yeah. My take is not too far off. I agree that with what Azim said. I think we're going to see consolidation. I think we're going to see DAT roll-ups as well. As in, I think we're going to see some go and just use their cash reserves to go and buy other ones that are trading under MNAV, etc. Because it can be strictly a creative trade, to be honest. It's just a matter of not blowing up either stock and then turning it into enough of an issue paperwork-wise. But I think that's quite fascinating and something that we've even debated internally at times. I think that we'll actually see DATs looking a lot more like on-chain hedge funds in terms of their ability to deploy into different assets. Or when I say different assets, I should say different strategies. I personally think, and I say this from the perspective of a token, right? But I think that they are more useful than ETFs in that they're permanent capital vehicles if done right. Whereas ETFs have inflows and a lot of outflows. And as as someone with a token in mind, I prefer when it's not flowing out and being sold. But that being said, I think that again it has to be sustainable, and that there are certain points where it's just egregious, and you do get unwinds. That being said, we've seen one of the first examples of a DAT selling tokens in the case of Eatzilla a couple days ago. I don't think that was well received by the market at all. So I think that people are sort of looking at DATs and ETFs as two different things for a pretty fair reason. As in the DAT's just supposed to black hole a bunch of stuff, right? It's I remember when I was trying to explain it to a couple of more DeFi native friends, I was like, DATs are not the most far off from Ohm forks in a way. So kind of got to give Ohm some credit for that in a sense too, which is of course evolved quite a bit over time. But you're putting an asset in there, you're getting other shares out. That's kind of like how an ATM offering works in some cases. Of course, there's much more nuance. It's much more volume based, et cetera, et cetera. But the DAT is theoretically a black hole for your tokens, right? So if managed correctly, that can be a very effective tool. But of course, that's subject to a lot of markets, and it means that you have to do things. It means that you have 2 charts to worry about, which can be 4 times as fun.
Yep, understandable. I think this is like we are almost on time, and then this will be my last question because this is what I wanted to build the whole conversation towards. We understood everything here. Pretty great conversation. I want to know what is the bear case for DATs? Like, what if the fly wheel stop working? What if the premiums that are coming they start evaporating or just getting minimized? What if the capital market shut? What are your thoughts on that? Like, do you think then that becomes or like a lot of that just go bust? And how does it work? And I'm sorry, after this, you can like add some kind of closing statement as well. But I want to like really get into this one because I genuinely feel like it might end up as a domino effect for other DATs as well. King, you want to go first?
Sure, I can give my 2 cents. So yeah, if a DATCO fails, I think, like you said, this domino effect could really start. It could also be what kind of starts the consolidation in the market, like Azim said. I think it's pretty likely there's going to be a handful of winners. And once the first domino falls, this is an opportunity for the big boys like SharpLink and others to come along and start hoovering up a huge amount of ETH, maybe at a discount, or even just an opportunity to bring on other talented people from other DATCOs and bring them in-house. So again, giving them an opportunity to generate higher returns, depending on their strategy, of course. But yeah, like I think there is a lot of risk if one of the DATCOs fail. And yeah, the domino effect could start and it could have wider impacts for crypto as we know it.
I'll go spicier and say,
go for it. Yep.
I would like just summarize it and say it as little as like, you probably won't have to wait too long to see it play out because I definitely think it's going to happen. I think there's no way that it doesn't happen. The greed in the markets that caused so much of this to come about, it will happen. And so you'll get a chance to like, in full view, watch the destruction of many DATs and the consolidation occur.
Yeah, my take is that it'll be slower than people think because there's a lot of stuff to unwind at the corporate governance level. And the public markets are not too friendly to just like kind of eating stuff. But I do think at the same time, when people think about what would cause, FTX level outcomes or like Luna level outcomes in the space, I mean, we saw what happened when in one day, like 19 billion got liquidated, for reasons that we still don't fully understand. I think that one can only imagine what happens if you get a bunch of these stats that start, dominoing as noted, right? As in, I don't think the structural risk in DeFi right now is like, the Athenas of the world. I think the structural risk in crypto is more likely a couple of these guys, blowing up in a pretty extravagant manner.
For sure. Okay, understood. I wish I had asked this question a little bit earlier so that I could follow up with, put Azim against Smokey versus Keen. Like that could have been a very nice conversation. I really love those thoughts. I know Smokey is very much optimistic. Have had great conversations with him, similar with Azim and Azim as well. But yeah, that's all about it. Thanks a lot for being here, and thanks for letting someone like me, moderate you guys. Mashal, please take over.
Thank you so much, Naruto. Thank you, Azim. Thank you, Smokey. And thank you, Keen, for all of your insights. This has been such a great panel and such a great conversation. Now we're going to be talking about innovations in DeFi from a product level. So I will be just getting the next panel in. Give me a second. I think we've got everybody. So excited to welcome our final, saved the best for last. We're super excited to welcome everyone. Thank you, Evie, for agreeing to moderate. I'll just make a quick title intro as we welcome everyone. So introducing Evie, who you probably saw in our epoch. She's co-author of the Institutional RWA Guide and founder at Soma Marketing. We've got Ruka, who is the head of growth at Karpatki. We've got Matt heading BD at Redstone. Marek, who is a co-founder of Cello and Self. And we've got Korn, who's heading BD at Yearn as well. So excited for this conversation, folks. I see we've crossed over 5,000 views, so we've got quite a few people watching. and excited to hear all of your perspectives on the different innovations from a product level. Please take it away.
Thanks, Michelle. So yeah, last panel, everyone's tired. So this is a great opportunity to give some maybe more extreme point of views, maybe some things that are slightly controversial. Like, just don't hold back for this one, please, guys. So thanks a lot for being here. Thanks for the intro, Michelle. So yeah, we will kick it off with some introductions first. I think from my point of view, I've seen DeFi develop over the past couple of years from being like super, super niche to still being niche right now. At least that's my opinion. Like, I think all of us, we all like know and use DeFi probably pretty often, but if I have dinner with my friends, I can still not really talk about DeFi. So I would really love to hear like your points of view, like how do you experience DeFi so far? Where do you see it going? And then I would really like to see if we can have some overlap between you guys, because we have some really different perspectives on the panel today. So let's take it from there. Would you like to get started with an intro, Marek?
Absolutely. Hey everyone, I'm Marek. I'm one of the co-founders of Celo, which is an EVM L2, and Self Protocol, which is a new ZK Passport decentralized identity protocol. And yeah, I guess my thoughts on kind of the future of DeFi are certainly around, how do we onboard more normies? How do we make things a lot simpler? And, I think the thing that I've come to realize is, I think we've kind of exhausted the set of people that we can onboard who are incentivized by bringing money into DeFi and then earning additional rewards. I think we've had just a whole bunch of cycles in crypto around onboarding people with capital. I think the next big wave is going to be people who come into crypto without having to bring new capital. And so I think the future in my mind is one where we can incentivize these people with really good Sybil resistance. And so that's one reason why I'm working on Self Protocol. Self Protocol can reward people to come into DeFi, to come on chain, even without them having to bring capital. And it can do so in a decentralized and privacy preserving way. And so I think I'm really excited about that future. Happy to go into that some more. I'm also really excited about on-chain FX. On Celo, there's a growing amount of on-chain FX. FX is $2 trillion a day market, I think. And so I think we have a lot of opportunity to move more of that on chain, make it truly 24/7, not just on weekdays. And then I'm also just really excited about coming back to normies, peer-to-peer payments, giving people utility on chain through payments, and then slowly getting them excited about DeFi as kind of an add-on. Not necessarily as kind of the main thing that gets them through the door.
I love that. Thanks so much. I would love to go more into that, especially like the normie aspect of it. But first, let's move to the other speakers. Ruka, you're next on my screen. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me in the first place. My name is Ruka. I'm head of growth at KPK. We're the leading DAO treasury asset managers out there. Have been deploying a lot of capital on behalf of the biggest DeFi DAOs, and we've been recently focusing on opening up the distribution onto the retail through curation and other products that we're bringing onto the market. So we're super excited about the stuff that's coming. Throughout my time in KPK, I've been sort of wearing a lot of hats, but it's been mostly about making the shift from sort of the crypto native capital to the more traditional capital, and realizing that we still haven't reached the 2021 mark in terms of TVL, so we haven't moved the needle effectively in the last 4 years or so. I don't think most people realize that. So it's mostly about finding new ways to onboard net new capital. It's where I'm mostly focused about.
Thank you. I think we did move a needle. Like I've seen many things change over time, but I agree with you. Like we maybe not are there yet where we would like to be. I would love to dive more into this later on, but first let's go to Matt. What are you up to?
Hi everyone, Matt here, head of BD of Redstone, which is an Oracle provider. So as an Oracle provider, we mainly specialize in yield-bearing collateral for lending markets, meaning we work with mostly the blue chip DeFi protocols like Morpho, like Compound, like Spark, like Venus, Camino, and many, many others. And we make sure that these protocols can actually accept the highest quality collateral possible on the market right now. Anything that's yield bearing, whether this is stable coins, whether this is ecosystem native assets, whether this is RWAs as the industry likes to call them, or as I like to call them, asset backed tokens as well. So there's a token on the blockchain, but there's also some backing off chain, and kind of combining these two together is also the bread and butter of what we do as an Oracle provider. And from my perspective, since we really focus on the lending aspect, we do stuff also around perpetuals when it comes to hyperliquid especially. But it's great to see, I guess, both of these sectors of DeFi really grow in terms of revenues as well, and actually become real as products and as businesses. So that was literally 2 days ago, I believe, that Spark protocol, so one of the biggest lending markets as well, closely tied with the Sky ecosystem, released their P&L report. And this is, a business just raking in a couple $100 million in revenue while being very lean on operations as well, being very profitable as well, all through the fact that there's a couple of business lines that they have. There's the risk curation, or you could call it investment management side. There's the protocol side, so they're also a lending market when they have a take rate on the total yield accrued. But in general, it just shows kind of the scalability of that kind of infrastructure versus traditional lending businesses versus traditional financial firms as well. And it's great to see that this becomes real, that we really talk about those companies in terms of revenue. I mean, Hyperliquid alone is raking in like 1.5 billion a year. Aave is raking in a couple hundred million as well. So there's just a couple of those players, and this subset is growing that really have something that you could call a healthy business with a healthy margin that is profitable as well. And all of that is possible because they are protocols, not companies. So it's possible to have that kind of scale of revenue because this is a protocol, and this can scale pretty much infinitely to the size of the capital that you would like to, put into that protocol, as opposed to a traditional firm where you actually have to add money to be able to serve more of those requests. So that angle is very, very interesting. People call it the revenue meta. I kind of like to think that this is not a meta. This is just an objective way of looking at the market. It's just great to see that this gets mentioned more and more in this space.
Thank you. You already actually pretty much answered my next question. But before we go deeper into this, Korn, you're left.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for having me.
Hi.
I'm Korn. I've been working at Yearn for almost 4 years now, always doing BD and growth and exploring new partnerships and ecosystem integrations. And I also co-founded our audit company, Y Audit, almost 3 years ago. So Yearn is one of the first yield projects that there ever was in crypto. We have about $700 million in our vaults today. We're also a whitelisted curator on Morpho, and we're doing curation also on term finance, and we have some other structured products coming out soon.
All right, and would you maybe like to, because next I would like to kind of hear your maybe more broad point of view for how do you see, like literally maybe the next layer of DeFi building in your respective area of DeFi. So for you, Korn, would you like to maybe share a little bit about what you see happening in the space of yield and yield farming, perhaps?
Yeah, I can definitely talk about that.
Go for it.
A few months ago, Vitalik came out with this vision for low risk DeFi, and that really is something that we identify with. Yearn has been Yearn was founded on these principles that you need to have decentralization, you need to be immutable, and most importantly, for us all, especially right now, verifiable. You need to be able to know what is going on at all times as a user. And if the project that you're depositing your funds into doesn't have that information available, that's not real DeFi. Like, that's just not what it is. So today, I feel like there are two different approaches to yield in crypto. There's the permissioned side of things, and then there's the Ethereum, the DeFi, like true DeFi side of things. So I think the future is probably going to be both of these sides existing together. There will be some overlap, sure, but there are obviously institutions out there who are not ever going to give those controls or that visibility over to users. It's just not going to happen. They're always going to protect a walled garden. They're always going to come up with their own layer. They're not going to use Ethereum. And I understand that. I definitely do. They need to capture what they can and capture distribution when they're able to. And by using an open platform, that's not what they're doing. They're giving up that control. So the area that Yearn is going to focus on is that verifiable DeFi. That's the term that we're going to start using. I think it even captures what we are doing better than low risk DeFi, because DeFi inherently has high risks, especially right now. We've only been doing this for 5 years. We need more time in the market before we have a totally permissionless, bulletproof set of protocols out there today.
That's very interesting that you mentioned that. And correct me if I'm wrong, but Ruka, didn't you guys recently also collaborated in a project regarding this verification with Accountable, if I remember the name correctly?
No, what we did actually is that I actually relate a lot with what Karn just mentioned around transparency. I think it's one of the core features of Ethereum, and one that we should keep and preserve with a fierce amount of efforts. I do agree also that it's not going to be, it's not going to be able to take the market entirely, but at least it's what enables anybody in the world 24/7 to be able to participate in any financial market. And we've always been super supporters of DeFi and the way we see this is that, DeFi will always be the wholesale market. It's the first time in history that myself or you or anyone can access these traditional finance markets everywhere without some special kind of permission. It just happens so that because of that, it needs necessarily to have these complex layers that entails participating in those markets, and that what we're building so far is the abstraction and the simplification layer to be able to sort of cross the chasm from the early adopters to the general market. As for the products that we're building, it really builds from the stuff that we've been doing on behalf of the DAO. So we, as most of you may know, we work with safes as sort of the custodians of the funds on behalf of the DAOs, and then we use on-chain policies as smart contracts that enable us to have granular access and remote access, execution access to those safes without owning per se the secret keys of the owners of the multi-sig. And we've been doing this on behalf of DAOs since forever. What we're now doing is that we're adding a third layer on top of it, which essentially tokenizes each safe into its own portfolio, so we can open up access to anyone that wants to participate in any of our funds. And the interesting characteristic, and going back to what you just mentioned, is that the accounting of this is performed on chain as well. So the NAV calculators are actually smart contracts that are calculating on a per block basis the underlying portfolio's NAVs. And you're actually subscribing, and you can verify the current share price, taking into account the issued shares of the issuing share contract. So for a fact that you're buying essentially that NAV at that specific moment in time. So this is where so this is our go-to-market strategy. Not only building out on transparency, but also on efficiencies that having all of the code on a blockchain brings, and that's how we're approaching the institutional side. Obviously, we have to take it with a grain of salt and abstract a lot of the complexities. Otherwise, you'll definitely lose them. But the way I see this, going mainstream is you having a sort of a token that represents a portfolio, and that can people then subscribe or redeem and can participate in those markets without having to understand the intricacies of that. So that's how we're approaching this.
Thank you for elaborating on that. And Matt, that brings me to you, because what's your point of view on this? Like, for example, NAV calculations already living on chain. How do you view that from Redstone's point of view?
So I would say two main avenues that we have when it comes to, I guess, the concept of low-risk DeFi as well, that we are also super excited about. And so that resonates a lot. First thing I'll say is we tend to focus more on, I guess, the asset-backed tokens these days, because that is just what the asset issuers on-chain launch predominantly. So usually, if you launch a new token on-chain, it's usually in the RWA category these days, or it is a stablecoin. And these are the two main themes that we see. But if this is if this is both, usually there's some backing off-chain. And it's great that you bring up Accountable as well. We are a partner of theirs. We work closely with them, because basically Accountable's job is to prove that whatever you say you have off-chain, or whatever you say you do off-chain, you actually do have or do, right? So, and this can be understood in the form of, okay, it's like a statement, it's like a proof that this thing exists, so it's for the peace of mind. But this also can be actually the price that you use for your token in DeFi. And usually that is the use case. So people would like to have their tokens listed as collateral, for example, on vaults that could also be managed by or curated by Yearn, for example, and other curators. And usually the best way to price them is to have a proper, we call it proof of reserve, in the collaboration with Accountable. That's like mathematically proven. There's different levels of that provability, but in the highest grade, you have everything mathematically proven as well, up to a certain HTTP request. And that is important because I guess the alternative to that is like quarterly reports in PDF format that, yes, we have this backing, and yes, we do this cash and carry trade in the back end that we say we do, which is just not acceptable in DeFi, because you have that continuous timeline here. So the price, if you want to treat that as price, it has to be continuous as well. So that's, I would say, the leg one of us being involved as a company. Leg two is something that we've done about 2 months ago. So we've bought a company called Credora, which is a ratings business. You can think about it in the context of something like S&Ps or Moody's, specifically for DeFi. So for now, we are still relaunching that product after having incorporated it into the Redstone suite. But in general, what we want to give the users, and this is something that Corn also touched about, is that visibility into what is happening underneath, right? So there's a lot of data points that you can have from coming directly from the blockchain or from the protocol. And you can think about Credora in the context of this kind of a user-facing interface that basically takes all of that data points, does the calculation in the back end, and actually translates that into something that's digestible. So a simple rating, ABC, and whatnot, so that you, as either the end user, so an individual person interacting with DeFi, or a broader institutional player, for example, or a hedge fund, or whoever is there to invest that size, you have something that you can trust based on a fully open source methodology. So that's Credora is being relaunched, I believe, next month. So it's coming back, but this product has already been used widely, for example, on Morpho, and there's a whole pipeline of protocols right now that would like to have that kind of an interface launched on top of the protocol. So definitely the low risk DeFi is something that we see as a big opportunity for ourselves as a company, but in general also for the space to really mature and become, properly user-friendly.
Thank you.
I signed up for your Fedora event at DevConnect. I'm excited to hear more about it.
Yeah, I would love to hear where are you all going to DevConnect?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yes. Okay, so before we finish the panel, you can all maybe share a little bit about side events that you would like to promote, so we can all sign up for those. I mean, we're already pretty much talking about the institutional space, which I love, and about the verification. I mean, in TradFi, you literally have a person doing this work, and it's just becoming so outdated. So I'm very happy we're moving into this more automated systems, which DeFi is enabling. Just going to you, Marek. I don't know if you want to also talk about the institutional point of view, but I actually was I found this on the CELO blog some time ago that you guys wrote. While we're not interested in building another JP Morgan, we will embrace working with companies that are looking to transition on-chain. Mm-hmm. Any thoughts on that? What's your thought on the whole institutional movement going on right now?
Yeah, it's a great point. So we have been working with some big companies. I think Opera is the biggest one that we have a partnership with. They're the browser company that's been around for 30 years. So they're really leading the effort around P2P payments and this kind of focus on normies that I was referring to earlier. They have a wallet called MiniPay that has 10 million users now as of, I think, this month. So it's been growing really steadily. And somewhat counterintuitively, maybe, for people in crypto, you can only custody stablecoins in that wallet. You can't custody Celo or ETH. You can only custody USDT, USDC, and CUSD. CUSD, by the way, is secured by Redstone on the Oracle side. So shout out to Matt. And the users are basically normie users who are using this for P2P payments. But there is also a dApp browser, and folks can participate in DeFi in the dApp browser. But it's definitely of the low risk DeFi variety, right? Critically, not just requiring all the points that Korn and folks have been talking about. Opera goes a step further and requires these DeFi protocols to only let users cash in and out using stablecoins. And so the experience suddenly starts to look a lot more like TradFi, even though it's self-custodial, even though it's running on DeFi rails. And it's just a lot of the complexity in crypto has just been abstracted away. And as a result, it's just very, very, very easy for end users. And so I think it's a really good example of kind of where DeFi is going. We're just making it simpler. We're making it easier for people. We're partnering with big institutions to leverage their, big existing customer bases to kind of onboard more folks. And we're leading more with utility than with kind of the promise of crazy rewards, which, again, we've seen historically. So that's kind of on the Opera side. There's also an ecosystem, project on Celo called Mento, which I was kind of alluding to earlier, that's doing on-chain FX. They're obviously also, partnering with big institutions just by virtue of the FX market being so big and being so kind of entrenched in kind of this really massive FX space. And so that's, again, Mento is once again working with Redstone. A lot of the assets that they have are secured with Redstone oracles. It's a really cool protocol. They just have, I think, 15 or so stablecoins from around the world, and then they have a nice DEX that lets you do on-chain FX. And so that's another really interesting space where I think institutions are just going to increasingly play a lot bigger role in going forward.
Yeah, and actually tapping back to something you mentioned in the beginning, which I'm curious to see if there might even be a connection to institutional adoption there, because you talked about adopting more normies through the data, through the user bases of the traditional financial institutions already. And you mentioned like new ways to incentivize users.
Mhm.
Do you see, like, is that usually targeted more at retail users, or do you even see that in the institutional space happening?
Yeah, I mean, certainly like biz dev deals where you have some sort of agreements between companies, that happens outside of crypto, happens inside of crypto, happens between Web3 companies, happens between Web3 companies and institutions as well. But what I was referring to earlier was more on the end user side, and so that's related to self protocol. If you're aware or if you're familiar, you may have noticed there's a little kind of rectangle logo with a circle in it on your passport. That logo means that you have a biometric passport, which means that you have a little microchip in your passport that can be read with your phone. And the data in that chip is cryptographically signed by your issuing country. And so the way that Self Protocol works is it basically, you can put the public keys of every country in the world on chain, and then you can create ZK proofs that prove that someone's ID, someone's passport, is in fact valid, has been signed by their issuing country, and you can do that in zero knowledge, so you can do it privately. And so that's basically what Self Protocol is. It's a way to bring on chain a lot of these off-chain attestations by issuing countries of people's ID documents on chain in a privacy preserving way, and critically in a way which doesn't require a counterparty. You don't have to show your passport to any third party. Literally, the smart contract is the third party that's verifying your ZK proof. And so that's kind of in a nutshell what Self is. And when you have this, suddenly you can do decentralized, privacy preserving, on-chain Sybil resistance, which is really kind of the holy grail, right, of Sybil resistance. I think a lot of people, obviously we're excited by proof of work and then proof of stake, but ultimately, as we've seen, especially in the proof of stake world, there's just a lot of Sybil attacks still. And if you want to do really good incentives, especially incentives for people who may not be bringing capital in themselves, you need to have a way to prevent you from being gamed, right? Someone can't create 100 accounts and receiving 100 times more incentives than someone else. Obviously, this is a big problem in the airdrop space, and I think with Linea and Monad airdrops, I think there were just astronomical amounts of Sybils that were discovered, but even more, I'm sure, that haven't been discovered. And so Self Protocol helps solve that problem for airdrops, but critically and more importantly, I think, for big companies entering the space and doing things that they're used to in the Web2 world, namely giving people some sort of incentive to get started. And so we're chatting with Opera about integrating Self, actually embedding Self into their wallet, so people can do ZK proofs directly from the MiniPay wallet, and then get incentivized for onboarding into MiniPay and perhaps also into dApps that are in MiniPay. But we're also working with other big institutions. So Google is another one. Google Cloud is actively integrating Self into 3 new products, which is pretty exciting. So the first one is their testnet faucet. So you'll be able to receive more testnet coins if you prove that you're a unique individual with Self versus using your Google ID. The next is a first of its kind product that they're calling a mainnet faucet. And so you can use Self to prove that you're not on the OFAC list in a decentralized, privacy preserving way. And so that means that you can actually give assets of real value out to people. And so that's another really exciting thing that Google's doing, or actively building, I should say. And then finally, they have an AI product, a Web3 AI product that is very expensive to run. And so they're also looking at using Self to basically eliminate some very strict rate limits that exist today on accessing that product. And so, I think, the more these big companies come into the space, the more they're going to want to rely on the playbooks that they've had before, and the more they're going to need solutions for Sybil resistance to create the kind of onboarding incentives that we've just seen work really well in outside of crypto to date.
Thank you, Merrick. That was a very elaborate response. And since we're slowly heading to the end of the panel already, I wanted to zoom out a little bit and maybe go talk a little bit more about the philosophical or the cultural aspect of these two worlds combining. And Corn, since you're using an avatar, I think this is a really nice question for you. If you think about institutions adopting technologies such as DeFi, but they are still facing really strict requirements in terms of security and transparency. How do you think that goes together with the decentral ethos of DeFi, or basically the crypto culture that we all like so much? Do you see these two worlds combining, or do you think that might be difficult to move forward?
I have had a lot of chats with banks and financial institutions who have the prerequisite that they need to know who every one of their customers are through KYC. They need to have no actual user funds mixed with the general DeFi baskets of deposits. I feel like some of the decentralized or verifiable platforms like Yearn v3 are flexible enough to be used by them. However, the way that we do accounting is programmatic and it cannot be tampered with. So if a financial institution wants to show a user that they've gotten a certain yield and they're using a permissioned product, they can go and show that user whatever they want to show them. And I don't know if they're going to want to use something programmatic and immutable. I really don't know the answer to that. So far, the answer has been no. So that's why I still think there are going to be these parallel worlds and these two different ways of interacting with finance. And there's always going to be a certain group of users around the world who need a place to be banked, a place to accrue value and store value. And I think that's going to be Ethereum. And I think for everybody else who happens to live in the US or live in some other place who has a stable financial market and environment, they're gonna use those permission products. So I think it's gonna be two different worlds.
Two different worlds. What's your take on that, Roka?
Yeah, I tend to coincide and actually connects with my idea of wholesale finance, which has to do with the fact that everybody can access. So the 1% can always go there and play with the big guys, but the other 99% are just going to access it through third parties that just simplify the experience and make it easy for them. That's how I like to put it. As for our role into that vision, really requires making sure that DeFi still stays relevant in that realm, and that we can take advantage of this sort of global, always available and permissionless market for everybody to participate. And that's for us that's a definition of capital efficiency. And make sure that we're able to onboard that into these TradFi guys and in any way possible. We've actually, in the last 2 years or so, we've been having a lot of conversations about regulation. I think the interest is there. They've hired their own internal DeFi teams, and obviously the yield, there's a positive delta in terms of interest rates right now that makes it attractive for TradFi guys to start looking into DeFi and find ways to integrate it. But it's just a question of how we can overcome the regulatory hurdles, and that has been mostly my job. I used to joke about the fact that I'm not selling anything anymore as much as I am a legal advisor for
but it's getting better, right? Don't you feel like, especially this year, it's been revolutionary in terms of the regulation?
The sentiment is good.
Okay.
The implementation at some point, at least the stuff that we're doing, which is being able to transport DeFi rates into TradFi, which is actually the opposite side of RWAs, right? Everybody, jumped on the bandwagon of RWAs, in which, let's breach TradFi yields on chain, and let's look for other pools of capital to be able to allow them to participate. I do think that there's a super huge opportunity in going all the other way around, which is, finding interesting sources of on-chain native yield that can be breached out into the TradFi world. And this entails, wrapping sort of all of the complexity on yield-bearing tokens, even on TradFi products that normal people can subscribe to and have indirect access to the yield. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff that we've been involved with recently that are mostly focused on that part, finding the right distribution channels to allow for these guys to be able to participate. And coming back to what I was just saying in the beginning, the net new source of capital, it's exactly this, right? It's not, any zero-sum game where, capital is just chasing the biggest incentive, and it's super mercenary and whatnot, and then just jumps from one protocol to the other. It's like you find a pool of capital that has or is so where the knowledge is so absent that they're willing to stick with you and pay an interesting fee for that, and makes it so that you have a organic, sustainable business model, instead of draining yourself into native tokens, paying incentives out to everybody to allocate for 3 months or so, and then go chase the next opportunity. That's how I like to see that.
Thank you so much. And before we wrap it up, Matt, you guys are literally connecting different worlds. So what is your take on this? Do you see the two worlds colliding, or are you more on board with the rest of the speakers?
Yeah, I would love to see, two separate systems being preserved still. A simple example, for example, is there's a lot of talks right now on Twitter and also in some of the, group chats that we have internally in the company. Okay, how do we actually pay in Argentina? I haven't dug deeper into that. I don't know, what you should be using, if like a standard, Visa or a MasterCard from a European bank will work or not. But, people seem to be concerned. And for that simple reason, I'd love to have a very, very bare bones, simple system of, like payments or remittances. And on the other side of things, I would also like to have something that is just going to be fully institutional grade, for something that I could, invest with or into some of the biggest asset managers, brands in the world as well. I mean, products coming from them, right? This is something that's happening on the institutional side of things right now. So kind of breaking down the kind of minimal incremental size of investment you can have in something like a Hamilton's Lane, private credit fund. And I think both would be very helpful to have. You can think of it in terms of like messaging protocols, for example. You have email that is just like unstoppable, very bare bone. If you have to just like contact somebody, this is probably going to be the simplest way to do it. And you don't have to think if the other party is going to be able to receive that email or not. But on the flip side, it's not, the UX is not super beautiful. You're not going to be able to send everything. It's not like for super quick communications. And on the other side of that spectrum, you have a full stack, super app like WeChat or Telegram, for example, when you can send GIFs and you can send videos and you can be very quick to respond. And it's just a different use case, but kind of both get you covered depending on what you want to do. And I'd love to just go to Argentina knowing that I have my crypto wallet and just don't care about, if my card is going to work or not going to work. If not, I can just pay with the QR code with the stable coins. I know it's possible. I know there's startups doing this. And specifically, I'd have to dive deeper into this. I just would like this to be simple and unstoppable, should this be a use case. But if I want something that's very polished, very vertically integrated, I also want to have that kind of a option on chain.
Thank you so much. And let's wrap it up with an Argentina-related theme. So where can people find you on the social media to follow you? And are you going to Argentina? And if yes, where are you going to be? Marek, let's start with you.
Yes, so you can find me at Marek_. I have a really long Polish, difficult to pronounce and spell last name, so I spared you.
This is Twitter?
Yes, so I spared you the pain of having to type that out. So just Marek and then the underscore symbol. And then there's also at Cello and at Self Protocol for Cello and Self. I'm absolutely going to be in Argentina, as is a lot of the Cello community. We're participating in the Uniswap Cup. So wish us luck.
Me too.
And, woo! And I'm speaking. I'm doing a keynote on the main event, the DevCon
Amazing
main event. So definitely come find me there.
What day? You already know what day?
No, they're still finalizing the event.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll be there all week.
Awesome.
And then we have a Cello Gather event and I think a self brunch. So definitely come find us one of those as well.
Plenty of things on your end. How about you, Corn? Where can we find you?
OMG Corn on Twitter. And I'm also playing in the Uniswap Cup on the Morpho team, so I will see you on the field. And the best event at like DevCon, DevConnect, I think is always the Stable Summit, and I will be there. I don't know if it's 2 days or 1 day this week, but there's a lot of
that one out yet. Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of good events within the Stable Summit also, so always a good one to go to.
And I think they're calling it the Unstable Summit this time around. So just a heads up for any listeners.
Ruka, how about you?
Yeah, I will also spare you about the spelling my Twitter handle, so you can search for ruka.eth and probably find me.
That's it.
Also going to be the entire week at DevConnect. Main event, we have most of our team over there. I don't know if you guys know, but our origins are Argentinian. So I guess like something like 30% of the entire team is comprised of Argentinians. So I tend to spend a lot of time over there as well. Really love the
so can you give like an insider advice for the people going there? Like, what can we not miss being in Argentina?
And how should we pay?
If you have a spare week or something.
I actually do.
Yeah. So definitely, I always, a lot of people ask me this. Go to Patagonia and go to the south, and it's really amazing. If you're into trekking, you're going to find the best routes out there. It's really amazing. I've been there in the beginning of the year, and I'll try to make some time to go there as well this time of the year. We have a lot of the team over there, so it's mostly about doing some gatherings. We're also hosting our event, pretty much the all-in-one with the real Argentinian asado in the end. So it's going to be
looking forward to this.
November the 20th, starting from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. We're going to host some really interesting panels with a bunch of OGs in the space, and yeah, super excited to be there.
Awesome, thank you. And Matt, are you also going there? Then we'll just have the full panel there.
Yes, it's going
amazing.
To be a full panel. So you can find me on Twitter as well. The handle is just a name and surname, so quite easy. But yes, we're all going. We're going to have like 10 people there from Redstone. I'm not sure about the events yet. Stable Summit for sure. We always do come. But the rest, I think you're just going to see us around at different venues, at different events as well.
Yeah. Well, look forward to meeting you all. And then, Mashal, I think this is the end of the panel. Thanks so much for having us.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Marek, Ruka, Matt, and Evie. This was such a great panel, such a great conversation. We were so tuned in, and I know this was the last panel, but I mean, I'm just hoping we cross 6,000 because I see the numbers going up every minute of the conversation. This was so great. So thank you so much, guys, for taking time to join us, to share your thoughts. We love and appreciate every single project, all of your contributions to this space, and we are grateful for it. It's been a really great day. So I guess we can move on to wrap up, but just shout out to Ben, who heads our product team, and he's going to be on the ENS team in the Uniswap Football Cup as well. So if anyone is going to be joining in and watching, we'll post all about that. And we're going to be at Dev Connect at quite a few events this time as well. We'll love all of the recommendations that y'all are going to have. So please, Ruka, do share those as well. After we're going to be at the Dev Connect DeFi Hub. We're going to be at the Vault Summit. We are also going to be at SheFi's event. We're co-hosting DIAC this time as well, again with Vitalik and their team, and the Enterprise Hub. So come through for some really great conversations. There's a lot happening on the Octant front. There's a lot happening in terms of adoption, and you know, we are so grateful for it. But thank you so much, folks. And for anyone who's a builder and is watching, we do have a team formation session for the DeFi Hackathon in 45 minutes from now. So do take a break and then join in for that. And then tomorrow we do have a DeFi Devs Day where we have speakers from Yearn, from Spark, from a bunch of really, really great projects. So we'll share the agenda and everything for that too, joining us. So we'll get into that. But thank you so much, folks. I will move you off the stage. And just again, thank you so much. This is such a great
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you.
Amazing. So thanks so much if you've been watching. This has been so great to have you all engaging, to have you all join us, and to have everyone sharing all of the content, all of the clips. I've been seeing tweets all day around. Our team's been so excited. A big, big thank you, first of all, to all of our moderators who have joined us today. Ben Schiller, Diana, Evie, Evan, Naruto. You all have been so fantastic. And I say this time and time again, moderation is oftentimes tougher than speaking. Of course, panelists and speaking is tough, but I think moderating and good moderation takes so much time, effort, and energy. So thank you so much for joining us and leading the conversations with grace, with nuance, and with such just so skillful articulation and eloquence. This has been such a great day. We have, I see we've just crossed 6,000, so that's been really great in terms of views. But a big thank you to the moderators, a big thank you to James for the opening remarks and for joining us for the panel, and a big thank you to every single speaker and project that has joined us today. This has been our first and inaugural DeFi Summit. It's taken so much work behind the scenes, and I tweeted about this too today, but we have so much more respect. Of course, event organizing is tough, but I have so much respect for any event organizer in this industry, or in any industry really. There is so much work that goes on behind the scenes to make an event like this come to life, and I can only imagine how much tougher it is for our in-person events. So big kudos to everybody. And as for today's summit, again, thank you to everyone who's joined us. Thank you to everyone who's been watching till the end, who has shown us love. Please go and support all these projects, and give a follow to every single creator, and speaker and moderator and everyone who's been part of today's summit. We are tweeting all of their handles, so it makes it easier for you to follow them. Please give and show them some love on the timeline. We love seeing everything come together. We can't believe this is actually ending, and this just inspires more confidence in us and an inspiration for how much bigger the next time can be, and even in terms of where the space is heading. As Octant is entering the DeFi space, there are a lot of products and a lot of work that is being done to ensure that we're doing it in the best way we can, which is with earnestness and with sincerity a lot of times. And we're tackling new spaces, so it is scary, but it is so cool to see so many people rooting for us, and we love our community and our audience, and we are so grateful for everyone. We have some really exciting updates for the next couple of weeks. We do have some cool product launches coming up, and you're going to hear all about it on our timeline. We are going to share all of those, and you'll be the first to know if you're on Twitter. We, of course, also have an email newsletter if you like slower reading and want longer form updates, and we are on LinkedIn as well. So please do go show some love. If you want to rewatch any of these panels, we are going to be uploading them on YouTube as well. So you will be able to rewatch. We've gotten a bunch of questions around that, so I did want to share that. And then finally, if you are a builder or a hacker, there still is time to apply to our DeFi hackathon. We have a team formation session with some of the best hackers, and we're really getting into that on a new stream that's going to happen at 3 p.m. Eastern. So that's in 41 minutes from now. So please do check our profile again if you are participating in the hackathon. There still is time. And then tomorrow we've got a really cool agenda coming up. So I will share that in a minute so that you all can get a glimpse of all of the cool conversations and topics that we are going to be having tomorrow, and all of the cool speakers we're going to have on stage. So give me a minute to share that, and then we can absolutely get into it. Also, a big shout out to our program creators for tweeting about the event and for being so engaged. It's been so heartwarming to see all of you share all these updates and giving shout outs to all of the speakers. So here we have it. This is our agenda for tomorrow. We have opening remarks starting at 10:05. We will then have a session from Sarah, who heads DeFi growth at Spark. We have a session from Murder Teeth, who's going to be giving a workshop on how to deploy a vault on Kalani. And they're part of Yearn's team. We have Anela, who's also going to be joining us from Uniswap Foundation, talking about exploring new possibilities with Uniswap v4. We then have some really interesting sessions on how to write yield donating strategies from Maxime, who's from our team. We also have Graven, who's going to be giving a workshop on how to integrate with Superfluid. And the final couple of sessions, we have Farad, who is also from our team, giving a session on how to use Regen Staker. We have a session from none other than Austin Griffith, who is going to be giving a workshop on how to build a hackathon project with Scaffold ETH2. And finally, we're going to have Mud giving a workshop on how to write QF and voting strategies. So quite a packed day tomorrow. We are going to be back tomorrow at 10. And again, we do have our hackathon dates open. So if you want to participate, you don't need to be an expert in DeFi to participate. We have a lot of different prizes in DeFi and public goods and strategies. There's like a bunch of cool prizes that we have up for grabs for different projects too. So yeah, please do consider attending. There's going to be a lot of great sessions tomorrow, and applications are open today as well as for the next couple of days. So you can still apply. We have all of the links on our Twitter. So please do consider applying, for participating. We have quite a packed week coming up. And to close off, and just to speak about Dev Connect, we, again, have a pretty packed agenda for Dev Connect week. So starting with SheFi, DIAC, Funding the Commons, the Vault Summit. And then we also are going to have a booth at the Dev Connect DeFi Hub. So that's going to be really exciting. We have a fun Plinko game that we are planning. And we have a lot of cool merch as well that we're excited for you to get your first hands on. So lots coming up. I'm going to close out because I think it's been quite, yeah, I've been going on for a bit. But thank you so much again for watching, for engaging, for showing us love. And we will see you at 3 p.m. Eastern for the session on team formation and on how to win a DeFi hackathon. With that, I'm signing out, and I'll see you tomorrow.